Can you hear me, Ray?
Yes, I can. You're a little quiet, but can you turn up a volume somewhere or
Yeah.
closer to the mic?
Okay, is that all right?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
It looks like you changed your venue tonight.
What do you mean?
You look like you're in a different place with the computer.
I'm the same place. I haven't
Oh,
changed.
okay.
Same
Just never
background.
noticed the light in the background.
Oh, okay. I see you're still in the woods.
Yep. It's better than my blank wall behind me.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I guess last meeting though I was up in Maine, so but this is where I usually am, like here. So I did have a different background, yes.
Okay. Gallery view. Okay. There we are. Hi, Roland.
Hello, Roland.
Hello. Jim?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Roland? Roland?
Roland.
Thank you. Could you turn it back on now? Roland? Roland, we're hearing some kind of feedback from, It looks like your computer. Roland, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It sounds like there's some kind of gurgling on your end.
Maybe I have the volume up a little bit too much.
I don't know.
I'll turn it down a little bit. Is that better?
That's much better.
Yeah, the volume was way up. Took me a while to get that. There we go. Whoop. I lost you guys.
Oh, we're still here.
Yeah, I don't have you on the screen. I don't know what happened.
You have me on the screen, Roland?
No, hold on. Let me see what's going on. Reopen this thing here.
Hello, hi, Roy.
Hi, Jim.
I can hear you. Your speaker is working.
Hi, Jim.
Hi,
Hi.
everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Hey, Jim.
Yes,
Would you mind be the chairman of the meeting when Ray?
I'll do it.
You'll take care of that.
Yes.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. Ray, that's okay with you?
That's fine. Well, once I leave the meeting, you guys make the decision, but sure, it's fine with me.
Okay, sounds good.
Good evening, guys. Tim's here.
Good evening, Tim.
Good evening, Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Hi there.
Hey, Roland,
Yes, sir.
you look like, what's his face there on the over the fence? You can only see the top of his head. Muttley, Kilroy. Remember Kilroy? You can only see the top of his face.
Yeah,
That's- You look better. That's better now.
I got my my annual haircut in preparation of being locked down for 3 months with the virus. Or I'm running for NISA East Hampton, NSCA East Hampton, whatever it is. So we're doing good. Some people says it makes me look 10 years younger. I'll take that. Hey, Roy, I saw your camper in your driveway today. You got it all packed up? You leaving?
It's not packed. It's just ready. It's ready to go, but we haven't really packed. So I don't know. It's going to be a few weeks.
Yeah.
Pat had some surgery.
Oh,
And, so it's going to be 3 or 4 weeks before she's released for better, warmer climate. I don't know. We'll see.
yeah. Did you winterize it or no?
Not yet. I'm hoping that I won't have to this year. I'm hoping that we'll be leaving, but if it gets close and it's getting cold, I'll winterize it. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah. I did this one because I hadn't ever done it before. I did it last week when it was nice warm weather, and if I had problems, then I still had a few days to correct what I didn't do right. So I called the Pete's RV where I bought it, and I talked to one of the mechanics. I went through everything that I had done, and he says, "Oh, you did everything completely correct." So I watched some YouTube stuff too. So they make it pretty easy to do. Just valves you change, and the pump pumps the antifreeze right in, and it's pretty simple.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I use the, I don't use the antifreeze method. I just blow out the lines. I blow all the water out of all the lines out of the hot water heater, everything. So there's no, then I don't
Yeah.
have to deal with the, flushing out the antifreeze.
Yeah. Yeah, I took the plug out of the hot water heater, drained that, changed the diversion valves so nothing went into it, and blew it all out. So the only thing I got left to do is I bought a high pressure compressor that runs off the 12 volts of the engine battery, and I want to make sure all the tires are at the air pressure, proper air pressure. You ever do that to yours?
Well, I constantly monitor my air pressures. I have senders on all the valves, and I have a looks like a cell phone on the dashboard that
Oh.
monitors all the wheels.
Did you buy that separate, or did that come with a unit?
I bought it separate. It's aftermarket.
And that works fairly well?
Excellent. It's
Yeah?
a really good system. Yep.
Where did you get it?
From a company called Tire Minder. They're
Tire
the
Minder?
manufacturer. Yeah. Tire Minder.
All right, because when I went around and checked the pressure of the tires, I found that the front left tire, which is supposed to be at 80 PSI, was down to around 70, and it was a fairly warm day. So, Tire Minder, huh? Tire
I've
Minder.
I've
Yep.
had this. I bought that when I got the RV, maybe 5 years ago. And
Yeah.
it's excellent, an excellent system. I highly recommend it.
So what happens if you have to add air to your tires?
You have to take the sender off. It's a little, you add a few pounds and put the sender back on the transmitter. It just
Yeah.
screws over the valve. So if you have to add air, you just fiddle with it. But it's pretty simple. I mean,
Yeah.
you've got good tires and valves. You don't have to add much air, but it
No,
monitors it while you're driving too. So you see, that it's balanced. Like you've got a dually, right? We can
Yes.
talk more about this. Well,
Yes.
you want the inside tire to be about cold. You want the inside tires to be about 2 pounds less than the outside, because the
Okay.
inside tires heat up more than the outside.
Okay.
So you can monitor that while you're driving. As you're going along, you can figure out if you've got the right balance.
Okay. That was tireminder.com. Is that what you said?
It must be .com, but it's just Tire Minder. If you search that, you'll find it.
Okay. And about what does that cost? For
I think it was about $300.
yeah. Now you're at an advantage because you have that compressor in your garage, but I don't have a compressor, so I bought one off the internet that goes up to 150 pounds and it runs off 12 volts. So I ran across another guy with a Greyhawk down in Guilford, and he had one of these units. And so I bought one. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad in price, but I'll have it in the RV so that if you have a problem, you can just, I like your idea because now you can straighten out a tire while you're on the road, like in the morning when the tire's cool. So,
You stop over sometime. We could talk. I'll give you some other ideas.
yeah, we're about ready to start. Okay, sounds good. I'd like to do that. I'll get a hold of you. Hey, Ray? Is Ray there?
Yes, I am here.
Do you hear the coyotes out there?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, they're rambunctious tonight.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Kevin.
How you doing?
Let's see.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Jeremy, did anybody call you and say they weren't going to be here this evening?
No, and I think we've got everybody except for Ted.
Okay.
Is Meg here?
I saw her name. Yeah,
Okay.
she signed in.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay, Meg.
Good evening. Okay, we have Jim, Angelos, Meg. Just going down the list here. Roy and Roland. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. We have Jim, Angelos, Meg. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. 4, 5, 6. Okay, out of our regular members, are we missing anybody?
How about the alternates? I know Tim's here, but how about Michael? Michael here?
Michael's on.
I'm here.
Okay.
No, all your regulars are in. I've got Ray, Jim, Roland, Roy, Kevin, and Angelus, and Meg. And then for alternates, I've got Michael and Tim. So everybody's here.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I don't have a full list on my side of the screen here. So we'll deal with that as we get to it. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the East Hampton Planning and Zoning Commission. It is November 4th, 2020. We are doing another virtual meeting, and the time is, let's see, 7:02 right now. First, I'd like to thank all the commission members for being here this evening, and the alternates, as well as regular commission members. Any members of the public that are here to hopefully help us make a reasonable decision this evening, and also the town staff for getting everything ready. What I would like is an approval of the minutes. If somebody could make a motion to approve the minutes of the October 14th, 2020, a special meeting with any corrections that anybody might happen to have.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes as written.
I would like to make a correction to that before we second it. There's
Of course, go
a few
ahead.
changes.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so item number 6B. Instead of Tom Greco, it's Steve Greco.
Did you catch anything else, Kevin?
I'm just looking at my notes here. And he's the chairman of the foundation, not of the East Hampton Rotary Club. So there's a distinction between the East Hampton Rotary Foundation and the East Hampton Rotary Club.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay, is that acceptable to you, Jim?
Yes, it is.
Do I have a second?
Seconded by me, Kevin.
Okay, I have a second on the floor. We'll give that one to Kevin. Are there further comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
One abstention, otherwise the motion carries. Okay, communications, Jeremy.
Okay, two things in your packet this evening, the CFPZA quarterly newsletter, and second, a letter from the Connecticut Siding Council acknowledging receipt of the withdrawal of the application from Crown Castle for the monopole off of Lakeview Street. The rental agreement for the existing pole up on Baker Hill has been, I think that's been signed. So the application of the Siding Council has been withdrawn. I'll also just take this time, we do have a little over 40 members of the public on this evening, and I'll just take a few minutes to explain the process here. We do have a lot of people. So when we get to the public comment sections of the meeting, what I would ask you to do is if you have something to say, use the raise your hand feature, and that'll alert me that you'd like to speak, and then I'll open up your mic. You'll then have to unmute yourself, and I'll let you know when you can do that. If you are a call-in, somebody that's calling in just on a phone, I think there's only one of you out there, but if you're just on a phone and not on a computer, if you want to raise your hand, use *9, and that'll alert me that you want to speak. And then when I give you the go ahead, you'll use *6 to unmute yourself, and then you can speak to us. So just a quick how-to there. And if you have any questions, raise your hand and we can answer that as well if you stumble along the way.
Okay, also, and with that, if anybody has anything to say, I'm going to repeat this for the public comments. When we get to 5, which is the public hearing, please reserve your comments for the individual items A through D. So with that, liaison reports. How about we start with Roy?
Thank you, Ray. The East Hampton Building Committee closed out their project on October 29th. All the bills have been paid, all the invoices have been paid, all the retainages are taken care of. All the records are at the town hall for any future audits that may be necessary and for archival purposes. The project came in $890,000 below budget.
Wow. Thank you. Michael.
Yep, I was able to attend the RPC last week. The only thing I have to report is that we have a draft of the existing conditions report for the regional plan, and we'll be submitting comments to the RPC staff so that they can revise it. That's what I got.
Thank you. Jim?
Yes, I listened in on the zoning board of appeals Zoom meeting that they had October 19th. And they had 3 applications. The first one was John Uliano, Wapawal Drive, to increase lot coverage from 10% to 14.7% to install a 35-foot by 14-foot 8-inch pool and a 30-foot by 15-foot pool house. That was approved. The next one was Andrew and Elizabeth Priest, 19 Hawthorne Road, to reduce the east side setback from 13 feet to 7.5 feet to construct a 1-car garage. That was also granted. And the last one was Brian and Elise Montario. I killed the name yet. 47 Bay Road, to increase the lot coverage from 20% to 25%, to place a 12 by 16-foot shed. That was granted. That's it.
Thank you. Inland wetlands, nothing that concerns us this evening. Kevin?
Nothing at this time.
Meg?
I don't have anything, thank you.
Okay. Angelus?
Nothing to report.
Tim?
Nothing to report.
Okay. We're going to move on to the public comment section. If any members of the public would like to say something that does not directly address 5A, B, C, or D, this would be the time to bring it before the commission, and we'd be happy to listen. Please keep the comments short, to the point, and that will help us, especially since we have a pretty heavy agenda this evening. Jeremy, if you could unmute anybody if they have their hands raised.
Not seeing any hands raised at this point in time.
Okay. With that, then, what we'll do is move on to number 4, item number 4, which is read the legal notice. Jeremy?
Okay. The East Hampton Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a regular meeting on November 4th, 2020 at 7 p.m. to consider the following: updates to Section 3.1 Lake Pocatpog Protection Zone. Application PZC 20-018 Atlantis Marketing 157 Main Street, 5 Colchester Avenue and 1 Colchester Avenue for a zone change from R2 to commercial. Map 07A Block 56 Lot 24, Map 07A Block 56 Lot 21, and Map 07A Block 56 Lot 22. Application PZC 20-022 East Hampton Rotary Club Foundation 45 Daily Road for special permit for parks, playgrounds, and public recreation. Section 4.4.D.1.D, Map 33 Block 87 Lot 3. Application PZC-20-023 JCG Properties LLC 9 Middle Haddam Road for a zone change from R2 to commercial for approximately 5 acres to operate a veterinary clinic. Map 01C Block 9 Lot 5.
Thank you. Now, the public hearings for this evening, November 4th, 2020, what I would like to do, if it's all right with the other members of the commission, I'm going to be recusing myself for B, which is the application of the East Hampton Rotary Club Foundation. And I would like to move that to the end of the public hearings section. So what we would do is we'd hear A, C, D, and then B. Would that be all right with everybody on the commission?
Yes.
Yep, mine with me.
Agreement with that, Ray. This is Kevin, and I will also be recusing myself from that application.
Okay. Then we will move on to 5A, application PZC 20-018 Atlantis Marketing 157 5 Colchester Avenue, 1 Colchester Avenue for a zone change from R2 to commercial. Map 07A Block 56 Lot 24, Map 07A Block 56 Lot 21, and Map 07A Block 56 Lot 22. There's been some changes from the proposed concept plan that we had and at the previous meeting, and also at the preliminary that we had done. What I would like to do is also mention to the commission that they have requested a continuance to our December 2nd meeting. So what I would like to do is hear this evening what these issues are, what the plans are at the current time. And then after that, we will open up the application to the public for a public hearing. So with that, Jeremy, do you have any other further comments before we start on this one?
No, I don't have any further comments. I'll let the applicant address the changes that have been made.
Okay. I see the applicant is here. Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Thank you. I am Attorney Scott Jezik of Jezik and Barbie Attorneys at Law in Moodus, East Haddam. I represent the applicant, Atlantis Marketing. Jack Belowich of Atlantis should be with us this evening, somewhere on the queue. And Mark Smith, who is the engineer on our project. He was not here himself last time, had an associate from his office, but he is here this evening. I'd like to make a few brief remarks, then I will ask Mr. Smith to address the change in plan in some detail, and then I will reserve some time for Mr. Belowich to offer comments, and then we can turn it over to the commission. First, as is obvious, there has been a change made to the plan. We had an opportunity to consider the comments made by the members of the public, some of the questions they had, some of the comments made by the commission. If everyone remembers, as you look on the plan that's displayed on the board, the applicant also owns a property with a single-family residence located in what would be the southeastmost corner of the map that you see on display. That property was excluded before and is identified as 5 Colchester Avenue or Route 16. And what we've done is we've added that property to enlarge the site, and it's afforded several advantages that were not present before. We hope would address some of the concerns that were raised. I'm going to comment on some of those, and then Mr. Smith will give some greater detail. Perhaps the biggest change has been the reorienting of the profile of the building itself. As it was presented before, the building would have been fronting on in the direction of one of the other residential structures in the neighborhood, but with the addition of this property, it allows the profile of the building to be aligned more to face out into the large four-way intersection between 16 and Main Street. We've also reduced the number of proposed pumping stations at the site. Originally, there were 5. Because just again, the comments, we've reduced that to 4 stations. We think that would be appropriate. Another significant benefit of the revision to the plan and the adding of the extra property is it will allow for a more enhanced and comprehensive landscaping plan. There is now landscaping, and again, Mr. Smith will go in a little more detail, but there's landscaping essentially around the perimeter of the property, except for the cuts onto the highway. There was also concern and comment made about some of the cuts into the road and the driveway and the traffic flow. Site as it currently exists, excluding the newly added property, had 4 cuts into the streets, 2 on Main Street and 2 on Colchester Avenue or Route 16. With the revised plan, it reduces the number of cuts to just 2, 1 down on Main Street, not on the property that serves the station, but the property that has the 2 residential structures that will be taken down, essentially in the location of the existing driveway. There were some questions made regarding queuing of traffic at the intersection, and this should go a long way to abating any concerns with respect to that. The access point off of Colchester Avenue, again, has been reduced from 2 to 1 and is essentially in the location where the easternmost cut into the driveway had been located. There are some other more subtle advantages by adding this property that might not be readily apparent from just a generic site plan that you see in front of you. And one of them is there's a slope to the property in the vicinity of the house lot that has been added to the plan. And given the contour of the property, this will allow for some significant obscuring of things such as the dumpster, or if we put another station for electric, or the queuing of traffic if there's a drive-in. All of those things will be protected by the natural topography of the property. So that is another benefit to the overall site by the adding of the extra parcel of property to it. Then there was a second area of comments that were made that I'd like to address as well. There were a number of statements talking about your plan of conservation and development and whether or not this was an appropriate zone change for this location. I note from the material that I submitted and subsequent material filed by Mr. DeCarli that he addresses this issue as well, but I want to state a little of it for the record. The town of East Hampton in its plan of the conservation and development identifies only a handful of what they call arterial streets. And as you probably know, the arterial streets are the ones that carry the greatest loads of traffic, moving persons both in and out of town. And coincidentally, Main Street, which is where this property fronts on the west, and Route 16, where it fronts on the south, is an intersection of 2 of your arterial streets. And if you take a closer look at your regulations, it talks about the purposes of identifying streets for arterial purposes. And one of them is for economic development consistent with uses that are appropriate in the area in which these properties, these roads pass. And this is interesting when you look at this intersection. I've been out there a couple times just to look at what goes on. And there were a lot of discussion about the fact that this was a neighborhood of residential properties. And it gave, some of the comments gave the impression that it was dedicated solely to single family use. Well, the fact of the matter is the majority of residents around this property are multifamily and in and of themselves are non-conforming with the structure of the regulations and the language of the regulations as you have them now. There is a history of this intersection having the zones change. And at one time, as in the memo from Mr. DeCarli, this was in fact one of the commercial zones that you had in town. If you were to move further down to the west on Route 16, with its intersection with 2 other arterial streets, all of those areas are a variety of mixed uses, not limited to residential, taking advantage of the language and the intent, I think, that you find in the plan of development. So we'd ask you to give some consideration to the real nature of this, the intersection, the history of this, because it's not just a simple situation where it's a commercial use that's proposed that is surrounded by single family residences. That is simply not the case at all. And finally, there was some question about whether this would enhance the neighborhood and maybe it has some effect on value. If you look to the north of the site, we have a property, to add, the one that's on Main Street, that has two structures on it now. Both of those structures are multifamily. Each structure by itself is non-conforming, but there are two of them on the same lot. They are in, I would characterize it, a blighted condition. They are not fully occupied. We will be enhancing that property. We will be removing those structures. We will be providing adequate and suitable landscaping for a project such as this. And we think that it'll be consistent with sound development of the property and sound use of the property in the event that the zone change is made. I'd like to allow Mark Smith to have an opportunity to talk a little more detail about the advantages of the changes that were made. And I think he is here somewhere. Mr. Smith, Mark, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you, Mark, okay?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Mark Smith. I'm an engineer with CMG Environmental in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. And Jeremy and Scott have really kind of summarized the changes. What, if you recall, the prior preliminary plan faced Main Street directly. And so we rotated the site counterclockwise. It lets us lay it out in a little more compact fashion. The focus is at the intersection, not directly at Main Street. Also, as in conjunction with that rotation, we eliminated one of the fueling islands and made the canopy smaller, more compact. And the rotation, as mentioned, allows a lot of landscaping. If you look at this plan, at the closest points to the property line, it's some 40 feet. And in most places, particularly up in the northeast corner, you can see you have a tremendous opportunity for screening and buffering there. And as Scott mentioned, not only do we have the extensive buffers where we can do some good landscaping and good screening, but there's also a grade change there. And so development on this site, which has to obviously have access to Colchester Avenue and Main Street, would be, as you go up into the property, the grade would be dropped a little bit, and that's going to create another natural visual buffer to the properties to the north and to the east. This layout also eliminated some parking that was shown on the prior layout to the north. It was located approximately 25 feet away from the north property line. And we've taken that perimeter parking away and put it tighter in towards the intersection along Main Street. So, we think this layout is much more compact. It would flow very well, has very good site circulation. As mentioned, the curb cuts being reduced is going to improve the traffic patterns tremendously, and it would allow us to comply with all the zoning regulations in the commercial zone.
Thank you.
Yep.
I hope that Jack Belowitz, my client's representative, is here. Mr. Belowitz, are you here? Hang on, I think I actually have him on the phone, maybe. I think there's probably a problem. Can you just bear with me 1 second?
Scott.
Yes.
Attorney Jezik, you're on mute. I don't know if you know that or not.
Attorney Jessica, you're on mute. If you could unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I did have Mr. Belwick on the phone. He is having computer problems and is unable to connect. So I think at this point, we would just move on and entertain any questions. We would like to reserve the right, I don't know if you want to address it now, to have the meeting continue to your next date. We're requesting, I think it's December 2. We only filed the plan and were able to get them completed and in at the beginning of this week. We only received Mr. DeCarli's comments after he had a chance to see the plan. So in order for full disclosure and full opportunity to review to everyone, we are requesting in our time, if we could have this continued, notwithstanding the remainder of the proceedings tonight till December 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the commission have comments or questions?
I do, Chairman. We are considering at this point only a zone change. Now, I appreciate that a lot of work's gone into redesigning the site. But the zone change doesn't lock this particular plan in. So this is very preliminary, and how do we proceed here, right, Ray? We're getting a lot of information about a future site, but we're only considering a zone change on this application.
Jeremy, could you address that?
I think one of the things you could do is set your effective date a couple of months from now, or set your effective date so that it becomes effective upon an application from the applicant coming in. Or I think you could also set the effective date to be at the same time as a special permit for this particular use by this particular applicant is approved, if it goes that way.
And if we
Okay,
do
so
that, that is legal. We can do that.
That's my opinion, is that would be legal, yes, because you ultimately set the effective date of that change.
Okay, I have one more question. If we go to another meeting with this, do you have a site plan that shows the existing sites and building in relation to this new project? Old and new, perhaps an overlay of some sort to show where everything is in relation to everything that's being projected.
Is that a question for me, Mr. Chairman? This is Attorney
Yes.
Jezik.
Yes.
I think I will let Mr. Smith answer, but I do believe it shows on the plan that you have in front of you. The lines are so faint, it's difficult to see. Mark, could you address that?
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't know if you can point with your cursor, but up in the north, there's a box with a label that indicates the building at number, it says existing building to be removed. And I see Jeremy's getting to it. But if you drag it back over to, okay, so that shows the one multi residential unit that'll be removed, and then as you drop down, that's the second building right there with the lightly dashed lines. And as you move further down the sheet, right there where Jeremy's circling, that's the existing convenience store, current. And that's the current canopy that's to be removed. You can see how close it is to the street. And I guess this does kind of tell you how much further we're shifting it off of the roadway, which will improve the traffic circulation and also allow us the buffers. It's also worth mentioning that number 5 Colchester is right on the property line. And so according to this plan, not only would the driveway and building be removed, but that area can be converted to green space because it'll be at a higher elevation than the filling station. And the dumpster that's indicated would be recessed into the hillside and screened from the neighbor.
Does that answer the question, Roy, or are you looking for?
Yes, no, that does. Now that you blew up the image, I can see it, but I tried moving it to a bigger screen, but I couldn't get it. But now that you enhanced it, I get it. I see it.
The other thing that I can do, Mr. Chairman and Roy, is I can take whatever version I get before the meeting. If this is it, then this is it. If we get something newer before our next meeting, I can superimpose that over the top of the aerial image of the neighborhood, so you could see how it would lay out compared to all the other neighboring properties as well.
Yeah, that was my third question. That's a good.
We could
I think
do
that
that.
would be very helpful to all of us, at least to me.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Roland.
The wooden clad building that is on the northern part of the property, is that being taken down as well? There's a-
According to
there's a-
what we just described, yes.
So the brick building and the wood clad building, both are coming down. And on 16, that other house is coming down as well?
That's my understanding. Mark, is that correct?
This is Attorney Jezik. I don't think a plan has been devised for that. The one thing that we know right now is that it cannot be used for residential purposes. I don't know if there's any other possible use for it. That simply hasn't been determined. This plan was just devised. I don't have Mr. Belovich to confirm that one way or the other. Your regulations prohibit a residential property on a property with a gasoline filling station. There are other questions associated with whether it would be appropriate or not. So the one thing I can say succinctly is there will be no residential use at that property. Whether it has some other use, we simply haven't really explored that yet.
Do you think,
Buildings will be taken down, both the clapboard and the brick building.
okay, and that other existing building off 16, will there be an answer of its fate at some time before?
Well, that's one of the, we wanted to have an opportunity to address that December 2nd, because we just finished the reorienting of the building, making sure everything fit and worked, and want to have now an opportunity to consider some of these residual issues, one of them being the building. I had a discussion with Mr. DeCarly, I think it started last week, where we talked about the fate of that building, and we only came to, I, at least with him, came to the conclusion that residential use was out, which I think is an appropriate interpretation of the regulations. Beyond that, we'll have that information available by December 2nd.
Thank you.
Attorney Jezik, there was a question raised, this is Kevin. There was a question raised with regard to the related party issue, or whether or not it was a related party on the northeast side. That
I'm
piece
sorry, I didn't quite catch the question, the related party.
there was some discussion last time as to whether or not that was the party, the real estate on the northeast side that you described, whether or not it was a separate entity, or it was related to this whole that you're looking
I can
to.
say this, all entities are related. I can provide, I guess, the equivalent of a family tree for next time to explain relationships. I think Mr. Belovich, if he was able to connect, could probably do that readily. I will provide that by December 2nd. I don't have the intimacy with that that he would have.
Okay. It was just one of the questions raised, and so I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed, and I think I was looking into it last time, and I just didn't know where we stood with that.
I will show the connection, ownership and control of all three properties.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I would like to see, I know that there was preliminary discussions and there was concerns about additional traffic and additional cars and that kind of thing. If we were to do a change from residential to commercial or something of that nature, I would like to see, if it were to move forward from that point, I would like to see the proposed convenience store with plans without a drive-through as well, because it's just a busy area. There are a lot of concerns from the public with regard to that drive-through, and I would like to see a plan that excludes that, or one that include, you can have this one that includes it, but at the next meeting, have one that also has plans where it's excluded.
We can do that.
We can make a determination of whether or not, just to move things along a little bit quicker.
Sure. Okay, we will do that. Thank you.
But I appreciate, the layout that you have here. I think that it's a lot better, just from my own personal take on it. I like the fact that, you're pushing out the entrance and exits out to the outskirts of the property. So I think that that's very helpful. And so I'm okay with the layout personally. Thank you for revising that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a question. With the new layout, does that allow more stacking of cars in the drive-through than what we saw at the previous meeting?
Mark, can you address that? I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. It's essentially the same stacking as before. What we did add here on the back side of the building was what's called a bypass or escape lane. It's something that most municipalities like to see. But the stacking from the pickup window back around the building to where you get to the parking lot is essentially the same as it was before.
Thank you.
Anything else from members of the commission? Hearing none at the present time, which we can always continue to ask questions. What I would like to do is open up this application to the public. Once again, the purpose of the public hearing is to help us make a lawful decision that is in the best interest of the town of East Hampton. With that, Jeremy, if you could unmute those people that are raising their hands and would like to speak to the application PZC 20-018, Atlantis Marketing. If you could raise your hand and be recognized. Please identify yourself for the record and what your address is.
Okay, so real quick, I do have one hand raised at this point. We're up to two. If you are out there on a phone and not on a computer, please use *9 to raise your hand. I'm going to allow people to talk in the order that the hands go up. Before I do that, I did receive one letter for the record today, in addition to what we received last month. Let me just quickly read it into the record. This is from Bonnie and Charles Goodrich at 137 Main Street, and they say, we are strongly opposed to the zoning change for Atlantis Marketing and the secondary business of drive-through coffee service at the corner of Main Street and 16. We've lived at the top of Miller Hill for over 35 years, raised 3 children here, and always loved the old houses and neighborhood. When we purchased our home, it was in disrepair as it was an older home. Our house was built by Henry Strong and his brother Charles. I would hate to see the demographics of Main Street change. Main Street is the main vein that connects 66 to 16. It's used by many emergency vehicles. The ambulance station is right around the corner. The fire department's at the bottom of the hill. Main Street's a 2-lane road, and on the corner, the sidewalk butts right up against the road. A lot of walkers do take advantage of walking Main Street, and they cross 16 on that corner. The only times in 35 years that we've seen a traffic backup at the gas station on the corner of 16 and Main is when we have had a storm with some power outages and people are filling up gas cans for their generators. A new gas station just opened in the village center with 4 pumps, and they have a large self-service coffee center inside. It would be nice to see them do well. Route 16 has a new gas station, Henny Penny in Westchester, with 8 pumps and a drive-through Dunkin' Donuts, which is 5 miles away. Thank you. And again, that was Charles and Bonnie Goodrich at 137 Main. Okay, I'm gonna go to Stuart Winquist first. Stuart, you can talk. Just unmute yourself and go ahead and speak to us.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Stuart Winquist. I did speak last time. I'm at 11 South Main Street. I was opposed last time. I still am opposed for basically the same reason. It's still turning residential zoning back into commercial. A lot of people have made investments in their houses, and this will increase traffic. If the investors didn't think it would increase traffic, they wouldn't be putting their money into expanding this store. So I'm still opposed to this plan. Thank you. It's going to basically devalue my property, and I've invested in my property, and I'm paying higher taxes as a result of that. I think that's the situation for many people on Main Street and in this neighborhood. So it's basically a taking from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
As Attorney Jezik noted, there's a couple blight pieces of property on there, so by taking down a blight piece of property, I would think that would increase the value of the surrounding houses in the neighborhood, but that's just my own personal opinion.
Thank you, Kevin. Jeremy?
Okay, next hand raised is Dan Redinger. Dan, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Thank you, Jeremy. I own the property at 2 South Main Street, which is, I think, a historical house. It is referred to as the Strong Chapman House. I've done substantial renovations there, and I am the closest from the Route 16 side of the proposed zone change property. So this affects me quite a bit. Right now, as I've entered last time in the record, the photograph, what I probably should have done is taken another photograph from the second floor of the home at that address, and you would get a much clearer visual view of what I see now. And it's, I can see this being substantially a detriment to what I look at right now. And I'm sure these guys would build a beautiful building. I don't doubt that at all. And I'm just worried that I'm going to see substantial noise increase, because when you've got now 4 pump stations and 8 pumps, so 8 people could be getting gas at the same time. It's not the case right now. It's just substantially more increased of everything: traffic, noise, garbage that blows onto my property. It's just something that I don't agree with.
Just to orient myself and everybody else, how many pumps are there at the present time? I thought there were 3 at the present time. Or am I wrong on that?
I think there's
2.
2 pumps, one on each side, so there's four cars, and then I think there's a kerosene or a diesel pump off to the side of the building as well. So I think there's 5 right now.
Kerosene's gone.
Okay.
The kerosene pump is gone.
Okay.
Okay, so there's 2 or there's 2
Can
pumps?
I ask something just as a general thing?
Absolutely, go ahead.
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask questions of either Attorney Jezik or the guy that did the drawing here or whomever. I don't know if that's permitted, or I just am allowed to.
Well, the whole purpose of the public hearing is to help us make a decision. So if you ask the general question, it's not supposed to be, and it doesn't help anybody, especially us, to make a decision to turn this into a debate. Well, that's what we're trying to avoid. What we're trying to do is get all of the issues together and address them in one group, so that it's not a fragmented discussion. We start losing track of this, and especially since we have pretty full agenda, we're trying to maintain everybody's concentration and get the main points in. So if you have some questions, please ask them. We'll write them down and hopefully get them addressed.
I mean, and Jeremy, if it's okay, I don't mind even putting them in email format and submitting them.
That would actually help us even
You can
more
do
than
that. Yep.
asking them in a public hearing like this. If you have them written down, that helps a lot.
Okay. Because I was a little caught off guard by the fact that there's been a design change prior to this meeting. And I'll give you, for instance, a question. has the building been moved back further than it was in the previous plan? It's that kind of questions I'm interested in knowing.
If you could get those questions together after we get finished with everybody that would like to speak, I will recognize you again. And if you could put them in bullet form, that would be very helpful for us right now.
Okay. And I don't mind doing that at all. I just think it might be a need to continue to the next meeting for me to get my questions in and somebody address them. You know,
That's fine.
okay. Okay. That's fine.
That's welcomed, actually. It's not fine. It's welcomed.
All right.
Jeremy, can you just tell us what the height restrictions are on that building if there were to be a building there versus residential neighborhood? What are the height restrictions for
30 feet across town,
commercial?
residential and commercial.
Is how much? I'm sorry.
30 feet.
Thank you.
Dan, somebody else? You said there was other.
Okay.
people?
Yep. So Dan's all set for now. So we're going to move on to Attorney Rich Roberts. Attorney Roberts, just unmute yourself and go ahead and speak to us.
Thanks very much. Rich Roberts from Halloran Sage on behalf of Ken Dodson at 148 Main Street. In the interest of time, I'll just basically say that, you know, even though the site plan, which is not pending before you, has been changed and seems to be the subject of a vast bulk of the conversation, our concerns from last time about the zone change, which is the application before you, remain outstanding and unanswered, even though they've been sort of dismissed by the applicant. I think the fact that the property at issue here was specifically designated for a particular use in your POCD, you know, kind of overrides any generalized discussion about economic development on arterial roads. I think, as one of the members of the commission pointed out, and we pointed out last time, because what you're doing here is a zone change, if it were approved, it would open up to the, you know, the 8 permitted site plan uses and the 18 permitted special permit uses, regardless of how many reoriented food bags you know, the applicant shows to you. The idea of having the zone change be conditioned or contingent on the approval of a site plan, I think, is legally problematic as a conditional zone change. I also have the same questions that remain from last time regarding, you know, signatures of the owner on the application. I noticed that the revised application doesn't have any owner's signature on it. It's dated November 2nd, which makes me wonder how a legal notice could have been published 15 days ahead of time, adequately identifying the property that's the subject of the zone change. The 500-foot radius needs to be changed to reflect the new property. So I think there are all of the same issues that were raised in our submittal, as well as by members of the public last time regarding the zone change itself, as well as, you know, a kind of a list of new technical notice and documentation issues created by basically jamming in a third property in the middle of the public hearing. And I will stop at that point.
Okay. We're going to go to, and I apologize, I'm going to butcher your name here. Tim Benesack. Just unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
All right. Pleasure to meet you all. This is my first Zoom meeting with the council, but I appreciate you opening this up to the public. Me and my wife just moved into 152 Main Street about a year and a half ago. And I can tell you from my living room window, I can see a Citgo sign that's lit up basically around the clock past the gas station's closing hours. I don't know if we've discussed if this would be a 24-hour service station and what sort of lighting situation that would be? Is it going to be something that lights up the town for 24/7? There's also, I noticed the drive-through was 2 lanes. I'm not sure what kind of traffic they're expecting, but any facility I've ever seen with a 2-lane drive-through has a serious influx of traffic. So that is that's a bit concerning. The plans look good, but I don't know if any of you have been down to the current property that's managed by the Atlantis company and just taken a minute to examine it. It doesn't appear that they put a high emphasis on the beautification of the property and the grounds in general. It's usually quite dirty. There's not much in the way of landscaping. So the plans look good, but as far as the follow through from this company to make good on these plans of hedging in the station and putting a buffer so as they speak, why have there been no efforts made by this company for as long as I've been here? And it doesn't look like anytime soon. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Just, when we make motions, we usually have certain requirements that are required, to follow the plans, to add additional buffers and that kind of thing. So we do build that into our application approval, if you will, if and when we ever get there.
Okay.
And we appreciate your comments and thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to Ryan Gora. Ryan, just go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak to us.
Hi, I'm Ryan Gora. I live at 3 Desaic Drive. It's in the northeast, I believe, part north of the station. I currently basically stare at one of your blighted buildings. I spoke last month as well. And basically to extend this property now to, I guess we want to, understand that the owner owns all 3, but to extend it now to basically 3 properties, I'm still highly against opposing, this change. Honestly, it would be my preference to keep it zoned the same as it is now. As hard as this is to believe, I would actually rather look at the tarped roof of a blighted building than in the backside of a potentially 100-foot by 30-foot tall building where that's a gas station. It's not why I moved to East Hampton. I believe everybody who spoke tonight as well. I don't think they're for this change for it to be commercial. Using as the last person who spoke, if they want to make some sort of change to the existing building and upgrade it the way that the other service station is down on Main Street, that would be great. I would be completely for that, to upgrade the facility. I'm just completely against, zoning this now as a giant corner of commercial, real estate in the middle of a small kind of quaint town. So that's pretty much what I have to say at this point.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jen Mikulski, just go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak to us.
All right, hi. I just want to reiterate some of the comments I made at the last meeting that weren't captured in the minutes, surprisingly. It seems that only my comments related to traffic were captured. I have huge concerns over residential zoning changes to commercial. And I stated that in the last meeting. I specifically said, where does it end? You start here, and what's to prevent the next, I believe there's possibly an additional blighted property bordering the buildings they want to tear down. Maybe that'll be the next request. The proximity to the village center is concerning the scale of this, I think is inappropriate for its proximity to the village center, even though it is located on Route 16. But I strongly oppose zoning changes from residential to commercial. I do applaud that they want to update the appearance of the facility, but where does it end with these zoning changes? It's just inappropriate, and that's all the comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Jennifer, what's your address?
Oh, sorry, 100 Daily.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Irene Cook, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Irene Cook. I live at 11 South Main Street. I'm just outside the originally proposed site plan of the 500 feet, but I believe that the revised plan would actually throw more light in my direction. So I am opposed to zone changes in general from residential to commercial in what is, you know, purely a residential neighborhood. There are no other commercial properties besides the current food bag on any of the corners at this intersection. I reiterate that there is going to be more light pollution, trash pollution, noise pollution, and I just want to also make a comment to remind people that the owners of the blighted property are the ones that want to develop this larger gas station. And I feel discussing a revised site plan is kind of putting the cart before the horse, because what really needs to be concentrated on is the proposed zoning change. And that is all I have to say for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have one more hand up, and that is Ryan Bothamley. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hello, thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Ryan Bothamley. I live at 141 Main Street. I'm against the zone change. I feel it will change the character of the neighborhood to one that I won't feel. The increased traffic will and the increased trash. I've already pick up trash that's you know, scratch tickets and coffee cups. And the scale of it is gigantic. You know, it stretches across all these properties. It's a terrible fit for this neighborhood. And I think, you know, the talk about these properties as blighted, they have tarps on them. These are historical properties. They need love. They could be national treasures if they are renovated. When my wife and I moved into our house 16 years ago, it needed an awful lot of work. It needed a roof, it needed siding, and we put a lot into this house, and we're very proud of it now. And now I feel that the equity we've built up is in jeopardy because of the value going down because of this gigantic gas station. I'm against the zone change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public?
Yep, I do have one more. Ken Dodson, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ken Dodson, 148 Main Street. Just a couple things. The issue before us is the zone change. It's not about how many lanes on a drive-through and this and that. And I am totally against the zone change here because of the alteration of the character of the neighborhood. It's the entrance to the downtown. It's a treasure for the town. It should not be thrown away to Atlantic Marketing. The last thing I have is on the blighted properties. I want people to be aware that Atlantic Marketing has owned these buildings for 2 years, and they're the ones putting the blue tarp on the roof. So they've had ample opportunity to fix those. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. 2 years. Any other members of the public?
I don't see any other hands. Again, if you're on the phone, *9. Nope, no other hands at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Anything from any of the other commission members?
Not at this time.
Right, this is Ange. I'm just curious. I heard a few mentions of impact to property values and some saying that this would increase property values and some saying it would decrease. In my own opinion, I was at one point in time certified, not a licensed appraiser, but certified through an appraisal commission. And I've never seen proximity to a fueling station ever increase or when you work the comparative analysis demonstrate an increase to a property value. I think that's just hypothetical speak. So I don't know if it's worth the town seeking an independent review of a real estate analysis of what the impact would be to surrounding property values. I mean, in reality, when a home is appraised, it's appraised based on comparative properties. And also close proximity to undesirable commercial can negatively impact a property. And commercial that's desirable is usually things like, you know, small galleries and coffee shops or grocery stores, things of that nature, are not really industrial or commercial uses like fueling stations, in my opinion. I just wanted to call that out because I heard it mentioned. I'm not in any way implying it should drive a decision one way or another. I just don't see how this would improve the people's property values that surround the property in question. I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you. Anybody else on the commission? With that,
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to reiterate the concern I made last meeting about encroaching on the historic Main Street. I don't believe that rezoning from residential to commercial is an appropriate tool to address blighted residential properties. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I would like to have a motion to continue the application PZC 20-018 Atlantis Marketing 157 Main Street, 5 Colchester and 1 Colchester Avenue for a zone change from R2 to commercial map 07A block 56, lot 24, map 07A, block 56, lot 21, and map 07A, block 56, lot 22 to our next regularly scheduled meeting of December 2nd, 2020. Do I have that motion?
Mr. Chairman, before we entertain that motion, I would like to give the opportunity to the attorney that spoke for the initial talk this evening to answer any of the questions or comments that the public might have had.
Good catch. Thank you, Roland. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. I think most of the comments, if I can characterize them correctly, have to do with the appropriateness of the change and the increase in the size of the facility. Unfortunately, this service station has been there longer in one form or another than probably most of the people who have commented this evening. At one time, the use was a permitted use. The town has designated in the plan Main and Route 16, Colchester Avenue, if you would, as arterial streets. Most of the buildings around these sites, with the exception, I think, probably to the east and north, are non-conforming themselves, as I said. Multifamily in a zone where only single family is permitted. I know when we appeared before your commission, so I think it was sometime in late 2019 or 2020, we discussed whether the zone change should be more comprehensive and incorporate the entire intersection. it was concluded at that time that we should narrow the focus to the property that we controlled. I would also point out that if you proceeded down Main Street to the north, on the left side, there is a large parcel of property. It's not depicted on our plan, but it is an area, as I understand it, that is set aside for some large-scale development. It's very narrow frontage out on the Main Street, but it would envelop essentially the backyards of all properties on the west side of Main Street and be directly in the face, if you would, of the properties down on the east side of Main Street. So it's clear to me that there is both a history of this property in this neighborhood having commercial enterprise, and it was certainly and is actively contemplated by the community, town of East Hampton, for some kind of additional development, albeit the character of which is undetermined at this point. This site and the zone change will be an enhancement for this and the two other properties. There are a number of legitimate questions, and I don't dismiss those lightly, that have been made by the public. But the fact remains that this was a property with a commercial history at an intersection that is designated as arterial streets, which is significant in East Hampton. You only have 5 or 6 of them, depending on how you orient them. And those things have to be considered as well. And if you look at the reserve on the, again, the west side of Main Street proceeding north, you'll see that there is far more intense development than what would include just this site that is potentially available to the right person in the future. So I don't think this is inappropriate. If everyone's property around it was consistent with the zone, it might be one thing, but that's simply not the case. Having said that, though, I think we can still work to address questions and comments made by the public. And that's why, in part, we are requesting that extension to December 2nd. We will try to do as best we can to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I just looking at my notes, Dan R., if you're still on here, Jeremy, if you could unmute him. Did you have any of those points put together yet, or will you be submitting those to Jeremy?
I'll submit them to Jeremy in email. I don't have them ready right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to pay attention to your meeting.
Oh, thank you. With that, if someone could make the motion to continue the public hearing to our next regularly scheduled meeting of December 2nd.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Kevin, seconded by Roland, to continue the application of to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Any comments or discussion?
One more comment, Mr. Chairman.
Go.
One of our citizens was talking about the double lane behind the building that's shown on the preliminary plans. That is an emergency bypass and is not intended to service any customers in that 2 lanes. I wanted to make sure that the public understood that before we voted to move this. Thank you.
I have a motion on the floor and second. Any other further comments or questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye, Roland.
Opposed? Any abstentions? So moved. I would like to entertain a motion to continue the application of PZC-20-018 Atlantis Marketing, 157 Main Street, 5 Colchester Avenue and 1 Colchester Avenue for a zone change from R2 to commercial to our next regularly scheduled meeting of December 2nd, 2020. Do I have that motion?
You have that motion with the addition that it was at the request of the applicant?
So moved. Not so moved.
Second.
Yes. Do we have a second?
Second by Roland.
I'm sorry?
Second by Roland.
Seconded by Roland. Any comments or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any abstentions, any objections? Okay, so moved.
Thank you.
Application B, we're going to be moving that to the end of the public hearing. So what we're going to do is move to 5C, application PZC 20-023, JCG Properties LLC, 9 Middle Haddam Road, for a zone change from R2 to commercial for approximately 5 acres to operate a veterinary clinic, map 01C, block 9, lot 5. I thought I saw the applicant here. Is the applicant here? Jeremy?
Yes, we're here.
They're here. Yep.
Jonathan and Christine.
Good evening. If you could, you've just identified yourself, you could give us your address?
Sure.
Go ahead.
We are Jonathan and Christine Gustafson, and we live at 54 Stagecoach in Cobalt.
Thank you. Jeremy, did you have anything to state before we get started?
No, just again, this is similar to the last application, and at this point, you're going to see a concept plan, but remember, this is just a zone change at this point.
Could you please continue? Application.
Yes, so we are looking for the zone change of the 9 Middle Haddam Road to a commercial. It's 5 acres of the existing 17 acreage lot that is for a veterinary clinic. Our veterinary clinic right now is in Portland, so it would be an existing business that will be moved over there.
Jeremy, is there any other way to change, to not have it be commercial and to still have it zoned as residential with some type of business there?
No.
What they're looking to do?
No, there is not.
Veterinary uses don't fall under the use of professional office?
No, and you'd still have to change it to a POR zone, which the zoning regulation doesn't allow this area to be POR.
Could you point out where on our zoning map this property is located?
Yeah, let me pull up the 500-foot map for you because I think that gives you a pretty good idea. So the red line indicates 500 feet. The property in blue is 9 Middle Haddam Road. This is the intersection of Route 151. If you're looking at my cursor, this is the intersection of 151 and 66.
Hold on,
The
I
old
can't. Oh, okay.
Can't
There we go.
Can't see that?
I got it now, yeah.
Okay. So intersection of 66 running left to right, 151 running north-south, up and down here. Cobalt Post Office and the flea market and the breakfast places here. Da Vinci Pizza is next to it. Valero gas station and the firehouse across the street. This is the parcel known as 9 Middle Haddam, the one outlined in blue. But they are not proposing a zone change for this entire parcel. It is just 5 acres. And let me flip over to that map real quick here. So it's just the 5 acres along Middle Haddam Road. So if I go back to the zone map, it's this area that fronts along Middle Haddam Road. It's directly adjacent to the existing commercial zone in its north easternmost corner. There is a legal non-conforming business that exists right on the corner that lies within the R2 zone, but that's the dollhouse. That is a commercial business. And then the large piece of property across the street here, this is 10 acres, is owned by the town of East Hampton. The original intention for purchasing that was to house the water treatment and pumping station for the wells that are down at the end of Oakham Dock Road. To the south is a residential home. And then just beyond that is the Cobalt Healthcare rehab facility.
I have a question. Could you explain, Jeremy, to us where the water line would go to that treatment plant?
I don't have that detail with me, Jim. I know that there was a plan that showed it. I think it came up Oakham Dock and then crossed over at Old Depot Hill, but I don't have that in front of me.
It would go through this property though. that we're
I don't
talking-
think so.
There's residential on, another way to say this is that there's residential on both sides, or, I mean, there's a commercial piece that's kind of like just on the corner, I guess, right? And that adjacent,
You're talking about up here?
yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so the dollhouse is right at the corner there, which is, it's a commercial use, it's residentially zoned. And then the commercial pieces are across, are, on the eastern side of the intersection.
And that dollhouse that was that's residentially zoned, but it's commercial use. How did
Correct.
it come to be?
Say that again?
How did that come to be? So it's still residential as far as the land records are concerned, correct?
Yeah, it's a residential zone. I think it's an historic use. I think there was an antique store or something there for many, many years, and then it closed, and then it reopened as the dollhouse. I was never fully able to research that out and get a good written history on how that came to be.
Yeah, because I mean, part of this application that concerns me is not so much a veterinarian place going in there, it's just what could possibly go in there subsequent to that if it were to close, or, that's the issue that I'm struggling with here. Because once we zone something commercial, then it's commercial until, something changes to an R, I guess, but we'd have to go through a whole process for that change. So that's what bothers me about it. It's not so much the veterinarian facility that wants to go in there. It's just what would happen if they were to move elsewhere. We would be stuck in commercial there in a predominantly residential zone with a historical border that's, maybe one or two lots over.
Can I just, we actually live in Cobalt. We moved here in 2007. We built our house on Stagecoach Run, and we have 3 kids in the school system. We've been here, so they've been raised here, and we're 18 years. We're kind of stuck here right now. I mean, we're here. We're not planning on going anywhere. This is our career. This is who we are, and so we're not planning on doing anything but the veterinary hospital at that property. We wanted to take the house that's currently there, even, it is not in the historical district, but we're going to use that house and renovate it. And we actually, our house is we built is a bowed roof cape, post and beam. So we like the New England style home. And we would like to make our clinic look that way as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with, what your goals are and what your ambitions are. I think that that's tremendous and that's great. It's just that I've seen businesses stay open for 3 years and then they close. I've seen them stay open for 20 years and continue on. It's just, I just have to, I just struggle with that, that part of it, you know what I mean? So it has nothing against you or the applicant or anything, or what your long-term goals are, but it's just, it's just the nature of the beast, I guess.
Kevin's a whole portion of this. Kevin, a large portion of anything that we do commercial ends up being special permit anyway.
True.
So I can't see this turning into something that is undesirable for this particular area. We've got commercial across the street. I know it's on the corner. We have basically what's going to be the water treatment plant across the street directly. And then below that, we have the rehab facility. I know there's a residence in between it, but I don't see it's inconsistent with what we're trying to do on this corridor property here. And I understand your concern. X number of years down the road, what happens to it?
Right.
But we do have some safeguards as being a commission and having the ability to issue special permits for this.
Jeremy, could you put up the drawing again with the, for the application with the, shows the 5, the cutout?
Is there any way that this configuration or this subdivision could be narrowed down or trimmed down even more than it currently is?
Why would that be?
Just to restrict the commercial expansion use, if you will. I know that, you know, they have certain goals to, you know, as laid out here, and I don't think they're gonna, from our initial preliminary discussions, they didn't state that they wanted to expand any further than what they have currently here. So I was just wondering if there's a way to maybe reduce the lot size of the facility or of where they're trying to run a business out of.
That's something that the applicant would have to it would be up to them. Minimum lot size for a commercial zone is 40,000 square feet, which is just under 1 acre. I think their goal was to have a nice big buffer around the business, and I think that's the primary reason. I'll let them speak to that, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, so we wanted to make sure that we were not impinging on anybody else, that their properties, hopefully not, so that we would have enough space that could be done. Along with, it is up on a hill, so as far as making sure that we could have enough parking, and then also be able to put in a new well along with septic. We want to make sure that we have enough ability for that, so that we're not having issues with it. And then we also wanted to make sure we took the entire, we were taking the entire frontage, so that it was not, there wasn't a concern about accessibility for the lot, or the other one, the other part would be only accessed by Oakham Dock Road.
I guess, I mean, you could probably do the same. You could probably still have that availability if you were to have 3 separate lots there, but specifically allocate one as commercial and then keep the other 2 where you don't plan on developing as residential.
Right, I mean, maybe we have Charles Dutch, who did kind of the design. Maybe he could speak to the slope of the land and the previously designed out septic, where it was down the hill and closer to in the south, and then making the driveway kind of come up just because of the slope of the, you know, the house being, or the house that we would renovate being right there, making it so that we could not have it have to drive completely up the hill. So kind of come from one side, and then but then also be able to have the septic on the other. So you might be
I
able
was kind of thinking of, you know, to the north and south of, you know, segment out your, you know, whatever you want there, but then segment out to the north and the south of this particular diagram. As
I'm not exactly sure what you're driving at, Kevin.
I think,
well, I guess I just don't want to see a 5-acre lot as commercial.
I had asked this same question at the previous hearing. That was my exact concern, was why does it need to be such a broad expansion of commercial versus just the area where the business would be located, obviously with enough room for whatever's needed for the property in terms of well and septic, because I envision another ginormous self-storage facility on 5 acres of property, which I don't think anybody wants in this town. I thinking from a planning perspective, I think that's a concern. And I feel like for these zone change applications, we should go to the POCD and use that just to try to drive our decision. And I know that the future use map is not supposed to be a Bible when it comes to what we should allow or shouldn't allow for modest commercial expansion. But is this area identified as future planned commercial use on the future use map in our POCD? Otherwise, how do we approve a motion and say that it's supported by the POCD?
Jeremy, I know you submitted a staff report to us. If you could speak to that, but I have a just a housekeeping question here. Can you unmute Ted Hintz if he's muted on your end?
Yeah, I thought I had promoted him earlier. Is he? Let me see if I find him here. Oh, he snuck back over to the attendee side. Hang on. Sorry about that, Ted. I had promoted you. You must have signed in twice. Okay, he should be able to unmute himself now and join the conversation.
Okay. We had this discussion, Jeremy, about the POCD. You had, if you could just address that briefly.
Yeah. So
property.
if you look at the statewide POCD, this is a priority funding area, which, generally speaking, those are areas that the state looks at as potentially developable, right, based on a couple of different criteria. In this case, I think it's primarily due to the fact that it's on a state road. It's on Route 151, so it has good access and it's close to the intersection. And it's also adjacent to an existing commercial zone in that one corner. And then, of course, it has the healthcare facility down the road. In terms of our own local plan of conservation and development, there is language in there. Angelus mentioned it, modest expansions to the commercial zones. And this is one of those things that we keep running into over and over and over again, where we're being requested of a commercial zone change. And I think one of the main factors is that a lot of our commercial zone is built out, and there's not a lot of good commercial space left for new businesses to move into without redeveloping an existing parcel. And there's not a lot of opportunity for that as it stands. Our local POCD, this is right on the edge. Right on the edge of an area that is located as shown being commercial. And of course, the area on our future land use map that's shown as being commercial already is commercial. Other than that, it's surrounded by use as I think moderate. I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's a moderate residential zone surrounding it. So it's right on the edge. I think you can look at it from the standpoint of modest commercial expansion in an area that makes sense due to access. But you can also look at it from the other side. I think the commission needs to kind of go through that process of looking at what the actual language is in the POCD. Consider the fact that there's language in there about promoting homegrown businesses that are owned by folks within our town. This is not a major corporation coming in and opening up something and the money is getting funneled off to Kansas. And I apologize, my dog's behind me whining. You're probably hearing that. So, those types of things you need to consider. You're right. The map is, if you look closely at the map, this parcel is not going to be included in a future commercial zone. But there's also language that says in there that the land use map is not 100%, and that if there's a conflict between written word and the map, then the written word rules. So I think you need to just, as a commission, consider what the language is and make a decision based on that. I think the application in front of you right now is for the 5 acres. The applicants could certainly say, hey, all right, we're hearing you and we're going to reduce the size and scope. I think one of the things that's important to consider for you all is if the applicant shrinks their frontage, then that larger parcel to the rear has access from Middle Haddam Road. And going back a couple of years, an application came in front of you all for a commercial zone change for the entire 17 acres. And one of the major concerns was the fact that this parcel went between Middle Haddam Road and Oakham Dock Road and really started to infringe upon the neighborhood surrounding it. I think this is a much reduced scope from what that application was at the time. And it really, if it were approved and the lot was split off, it really limits the ability to do anything with the remaining 12 acres other than residential. There's really no case to be made that should be anything other than R2 back there on the 12 acres. It also limits the access to the 12 acres, considering the fact that there's wetlands. And so, considering what's been going on in that neighborhood with expansion of an existing business just on the other side of the line, from a longer standpoint perspective, I think, we need to just be cognizant of kind of what's going on there.
Also, the POCD does ask us to encourage businesses in town, local businesses.
It
as
does.
Brooke already pointed out. Ted, did you have something to say?
Yes. Actually, I'm very much for this, and my property butts the town property right across the street, so it'd be literally in my backyard. And this house that's up there has been vacant for many years. The barn is in somewhat disrepair, and after talking with Dr. Christine on her plans for it, I think that their intent would be to keep with the character of the original house and the character of the neighborhood. And again, we have what used to be the Cobalt store, which now is a flea market, the post office, Sweet Jeans, Dollhouse, Cobalt Lodge. You're not stretching that much into a residential neighborhood, and I just think it's a great use of the property to bring a business into town. We've been trying to, I thought it was about getting commercial businesses into town, assist with the tax base. And it seems like there's a lot of people very much not in favor of it. And I guess I don't understand that. And so I was looking for a little bit more clarification to why, like Kevin, you think that it's such a terrible idea, and why would you want to shrink?
I don't think I did not say it was a
Well,
terrible
it appeared,
idea.
it appeared, and you want it for what their vision is to shrink it down and what would you, that's their business to bring their commercial business from Portland to East Hampton. Again,
I mentioned nothing about shrinking anything that they're looking to do as far as the layout that they want. I like the layout that they want. I was just merely talking about so having what they want and then having separate lots to keep that all open and residential in nature, so that no future expansion could be made on those other pieces of property. It restricts so that they can still have their commercial piece of property that they want to do. They can run their business. They can do everything that they always wanted to do. It's just narrowing down so that there's no other expansion that can be made as far as commercial use within a neighboring residential piece of property. So if somebody else were to come in, we have more control over it. We could still do a special permit, obviously, as Ray pointed out, but it's just limiting the expansion to 5 acres. If we can narrow it down to however many acres they want to get what they want for their house and their business, then that's fine by me as a single commissioner. So
I don't believe that they're planning on moving their residents there. I believe that the residence that's on the house would be the front part of the veterinary clinic. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they're on, but they're half a mile up the street. And I thought that from speaking that they were actually just going to utilize the facade of the house, since it has already been gutted, as the entrance, and then have more of the clinic in the back. And again, if they're buying the 5 acres, why would they then want to subdivide it into multiple parts?
Again, the subdivision was to limit the commercial use end of it to just the business that they're looking to put in there.
But if they have their business in there on their commercial property, wouldn't they then have to come back if they wanted to subdivide, so to speak? That would need the approval of the board. If they wanted to add another business, I'm assuming that would probably have to come for a special permit. So wouldn't that be covered under the current regulations? And again, I know I'm new to this board, so I need some clarification here.
Well, then, so I guess what I'm, in long story short, is instead of having 5 acres of commercial piece of property, just have whatever they need, reduce the size to whatever they're looking to do, even the expansion on their commercial piece of property, whatever they're looking to do there.
You just told me you didn't want to
adequate
reduce
enough.
anything.
Excuse me?
You just said you didn't want to reduce anything.
What do you?
Okay, hang on a second. If we could take a step back, what I'd like to do is, anybody else from the commission have any comments? Yes,
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
go
I
ahead,
don't-
Jen.
I personally don't see anything wrong with having it the way it is with open space on each side of the thing. I know I remember taking my dog to one place and my gosh, you could hear dogs barking in the, so you got a little space between the here for people to hear the dogs barking. Now, maybe under the new way the vets are now, the dogs don't bark, but I know a few years ago, they barked.
Could a conservation easement, Jeremy, be applied to a portion of a commercial property that would address your concerns about future expansion with access to the rear residential lots and also the concerns about commercial expansion on the property?
Sure. Certainly a conservation easement could be placed on a portion of that property if the applicants wanted to do that. And Middlesex Land Trust does abut to the south. And so that easement could be, the land trust could be the holder of that easement so that, they would end up sort of maintaining that section of the property if that's something the applicant wanted to do. But certainly a conservation easement could be put over anything.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Roland.
If we were to subdivide this 5 acres with 2 other lots, one toward Cobalt Center, one toward the rehab, that might be in the future could be changed to residential. And I think, in my opinion, if you leave it at the 5 acres, that prevents a subdivision for residential that in the future would be a problem with the operation of the veterinarian. This kind of gives them plenty of room to take care of what needs they have for sanitation and also parking and leaving as a chunk of commercial. If something ever had to come before us again, either us or another commission, I think we would be able to have the opportunity to say no under those conditions. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
How can we say no once it's a commercial property and what they're applying for is a use that's permitted in the zone?
Because we're saying that this is the only use that's on that property. It's conditional.
The only use now, but future use could be any use that is allowed or permitted in the commercial zone.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just don't want to hem them into a small piece of property that later on they may need more room for their operation to grow. And with growth with their operation would also bring employment to the area.
Yeah, Roy, I mean, last time or Roland, sorry.
That's
they,
right.
They were in their preliminary plans, they weren't looking to expand any more than this because I had asked that question. And
Yes,
that's
I understand.
thinking that this would be adequate or what I had proposed would be adequate for what they're looking to do. Because they had expressed to us that they didn't want to expand down the road, and this was what they were looking to do,
Okay.
the property.
We are just looking to do the veterinary hospital. We are not going to do anything further. But if maybe Charles Dutch could talk about the property itself, and the access and of the potential, like I said, the well, the septic, and the driveway. We might be able to give you a little more information on how it's a little more difficult than just cutting it off. It's up on the hill pretty high.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Charles Dutch, speaking on behalf of the applicants. Yes, I've been biding my time here, but we're going to have to reroute that driveway. It won't remain where it is. That's the way it exists right now. In order to maintain our sight line and obtain a state driveway permit, we're going to be moving further, a little bit further north than where it leaves the highway now. We'll be coming in at a better grade. That's pretty steep in through there. So I wouldn't want to give up any land in that direction, a northerly direction. The land slopes from the road. Well, it actually, it's shown as a blue line. That's a retaining wall, about 4.5 feet high. Right. So that's a barrier right now. It's a historic wall. Rather not touch that. And after that, it slopes moderately steep, approximately to the proposed new zone line shown on here. So that's really the top of the grade. So the water that falls to the right of that line drains toward Middle Haddam Road. The rain that falls to the left of that line drains toward Oakham Dock Road. That being said, the septic system needs to go, unless we have to pump it, would be going in a southerly direction from the proposed dwelling, and I'm sorry, not dwelling, but the facility. And I wouldn't want to hamper them by narrowing up the lot in a northerly direction, because we don't quite sure what their needs are going to be for a septic system. So I think it would be detrimental to the operation of this site to narrow it up from north to south. Now, as far as to the west, we need some maneuvering room for the new parking. We're going to have some parking up there. You will see the site plan if you approve this change. So you'll get a picture of how much of the property we're actually going to be using to accommodate that new building. So everything that was said, and I hear the co-chair, his comments. He's trying to limit it, but, and I think somebody else also mentioned it, that by it coming before the board, you can keep undesirable. It's not, I mean, it's a site plan review. Maybe you can't keep a particular building out or a particular use, but you can certainly limit the activity on any further property, if that's your concern. I don't believe that that's the intention of the applicants right now at all, or even in the future. So I'm here to answer any other questions if there are any. So I'll be here.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up to the public right now. And if anybody has a comment from the public, if you could raise your hand and be recognized. Jeremy?
So I do have 3 hands raised, but I've got a couple of written comments that I just want to get into the record before we get into spoken comments, if that's all right,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chairman. I've got Michael Zagan from 2 Timber Trail wrote me a couple of days ago. He said, "I'd like to take this opportunity to voice my support for the request of a zone change from residential to commercial for the purpose of establishing a veterinary clinic in Cobalt. This type of business would blend with a minimal impact into the surrounding neighborhood. The property is in close proximity to a historic district, similar to many other towns with historic districts that assimilate businesses, even with their boundaries. It also buffers a busy intersection with heavy traffic on 66. Commercial properties dot the landscape along the thoroughfare, retail business, firehouse, region sewer plant, public works building, storage, self-storage, recreational sports facility, a new DOT maintenance facility, along with natural gas line that'll continue further development as the town has experienced in recent years. Progress is inevitable, and a family-owned business of this nature would be a good fit for this location, an added taxpayer for the community, not a potential burden that adds to school enrollment. An animal hospital would be a good fit for the town of East Hampton, providing a much-needed service to help meet the needs of a rural community. Visitation nature of the business would not be a contributor to congestion at peak travel times. Potential pollution and contamination leaks are minimal in comparison to its commercial industrial neighbors. Maybe a veterinary hospital is not in the overall master plan for the town, especially requiring a zone change from rural to commercial, but here exists an opportunity that may never present itself again. John and Christine, our residents of Cobalt, have made a solemn commitment to their vocation. I'm sure they'll follow through with a facility that will fulfill our needs. As a resident of East Hampton for the last 43 years, along with my four-legged friends, we trust you will approve the zone change for all the right reasons. So again, that's Michael Zagan. He's at 2 Timber Trail. And then I have a letter here from Joanne Grote. I don't have her address, but I think she's up on Depot Hill someplace. I'm not able to attend the meeting on Wednesday, November 4th. However, I wanted to support Drs. John and Christine Gustafson's request for a zoning change. I've taken my pets to the Portland Veterinary Hospital since they opened, and I've always had excellent care. Drs. John and Christine Gustafson are both excellent and compassionate veterinarians. Changing the zoning so they could move their hospital to 151 in Middle Haddam would not only be good for the area and the people that they serve, but also a needed addition to the town and its tax base. I hope you take this into consideration, grant the zoning change. I also got one from Jeffrey Scales. I don't have his address either, but he's, I think, also up on Depot Hill someplace. To whom it may concern, I'm writing this as a letter of support for the proposed zoning change, residential to commercial, to allow Drs. John and Christine to open a veterinary clinic in Cobalt. I've known the Gustafsons for approximately 13 years. As both a neighbor and a pet owner, the Gustafsons are people of strong character and honesty. I fully support the zoning change and believe the addition of a veterinary clinic in Cobalt will be an asset to our town. Please feel free to contact me if I can provide further support or information. And give me 1 second. I just have one other that I need to pull up. I think I have two actually that I need to pull up here. This is from attorney Bill Grady. His address is on Oakham Dock Road. William D. Grady of 10 Oakham Dock to the west of the property. Since this is a remote hearing, my comments are being submitted in writing. In the event of a problem with internet participation, the village of Cobalt is under assault by the zoning regulations. First, we had a Cobalt Marine zone change from R2 to commercial on the south side of the village, while surrounded entirely by the R2 zone and the single family zones. Now we have 5 acres of land proposed for commercial development on Middle Haddam Road, once again surrounded by a single family homes on the westerly side of Middle Haddam Road and the southerly side of Old Depot Hill. Just as in the Cobalt Marina circumstance, the zone change here cannot be justified by the POCD and adopted by the commission. Why? Because the plan has earmarked tonight's proposal as an area for low density residential. What can't be forgotten here, and was pointed out extensively and repeatedly to the commission with the Cobalt Marina change, is that the change to commercial is really not about what the applicant wants to do, as here a veterinary clinic, but rather what an applicant can do. The zone change here opens this 5 acres up to any permissible use set forth in the zoning regulations. The commercial zone will allow whoever owns 5 acres to take advantage of the many uses permitted, and if never developed by the applicant, could provide a very marketable piece for someone else. In fact, the size of the piece here could easily allow for subdivision that would change the entire area forever. There's a common thread which permeates the application. Specifically, it once again involves St. Clements, just as the marina did. Coincidentally, the St. Clements Equestrian Estate LLC was going to create that type of use in the applicant's area as an adjacent use to the wedding facility, but for zoning issues that may not have come to pass, or that may have come to pass. Now, of course, the zone change granted to the applicant here would most probably encourage St. Clements to expand the commercial zone to some of its 12 remaining acres, which about the 5 acres being conveyed to the applicant here by St. Clements. For your information, St. Clements and its affiliates already own 4 houses on Oakham Dock and 1 on Old Depot Hill Road. Residents on Fern Lane and Oakham Dock have relayed to me their feelings that what has been done to the neighborhood and what is proposed to be done to the neighborhood this evening is and will be a disaster involving St. Clements. Once again, I agree. It's important for me to emphasize to you that I am not against new business coming to our community. I was the chairman of the very first Economic Development Commission in East Hampton. My feelings about encouraging new businesses have not changed since then. I'm personally aware of many commercial properties in town which could host a new commercial enterprise, which would be an existing commercial zone. The East Hampton is not without available commercial property. It is time for the commission to support its POCD It is the wisdom of the commission that created the significant and important document. Character of the Cobalt Village is at stake and will only be preserved if development is consistent with the POCD's fundamentals. The applicant here has the burden of complying with section 9.2 of zoning regulations and, among other things, provide analysis of the impacts of change shall have to the neighboring property zones or the plan of development adopted by the commission. This is and should be a serious burden with convincing arguments. What is good for East Hampton must also be good for Cobalt. It's my position that this is not good for Cobalt. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, I would like to have the applicant respond to a couple of questions. Does the purchase sale agreement address subdivision of the property? Does the purchase sale agreement address a right of first refusal to the seller? And does the 5 acres of this 5 acres is significant for the intended purpose? Does the applicant have a plan to subdivide? That is from Attorney Grady. I know I kind of flew through it. It is online and it is in the record. And then I have one more letter here. I think I just have one more here. This is from Pamela Hatfield. She lives on Fern Lane. This letter is in regards to PZC application 20023 for zoning change at 9 Middle Haddam Road. I'm not in favor of the zoning change and request and cannot support it. One moment, sorry. The parcel is currently a 17-acre parcel held in the name of a non-existing entity based on Connecticut Secretary of the State Research. St. Clements Equestrian Estate LLC does not exist and is not registered. In addition, this parcel is in longstanding low-density residential neighborhood according to the East Hampton POCD. Property is directed frontage in the scenic road section of Middle Haddam and is located at the beginning of the historic section of Middle Haddam. The parcel abuts residential single-family homes as well as an 8-acre Middlesex Land Trust parcel set up to preserve the area and prevent commercial development. I would encourage the commission to keep in mind the POCD guidance as the goal is to protect and enhance the quality of life and community character of East Hampton. It seems to me the zoning change request is not in line with the POCD for the rural section of East Hampton. I don't think it would be a beneficial change keeping to the characteristics of the scenic neighborhood community, which would be permanently altered should this change be approved. I'm not sure there is a strong demand for a veterinary clinic in East Hampton when these services are provided in Portland and Marlborough currently. I've attached a few street view pictures for your reference. Again, those are online and part of the record. And let me just double check to make sure that this is okay. I have one more here. This is from Bonnie Becker. I support the conversion of 9 Middle Haddam Road, Cobalt, from residential to commercial. I was a lifelong friend of the McShay family who previously resided at this address, and I know that they would endorse a veterinary hospital on the property. They always had a menagerie of cats and dogs and even a horse at one point. Also, as this is an historic building, the Gustafsons will preserve the house and barn while bringing much needed business to Cobalt. The house has ample space for parking away from Route 151, so the village charm of Cobalt would be maintained. Okay, that's it for written comments. We do have 5 hands in the air. I'm just gonna, like I did with the last one, if you want to speak, raise your hand. If you're on a phone, *9 will raise your hand. I'm just gonna recognize them as the hands have gone up. So Mike Pergolini, you're up first. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, my name is Mike Pergolini. I live at 16 Fern Lane. Jeremy, could I ask you to put that 500-foot map back up? Okay, just for reference, the entire property, the 17 acres, is noted in blue. And that property is, and you can find it on the assessor's page, is owned by St. Clements Equestrian Estate, which is, you can also find on Concord on the web as a registered entity. It should be noted, and Kevin, this is one of your questions, the applicant does not currently own any portion of this property. This property is owned by St. Clements, and I'll get to it later, but I feel strongly that changing the zone of a portion of this property would simply lead to, and I'll mirror the comments of the resident on Oakham Dock, you're setting a precedent that would possibly lead to further development, commercial development of this property. So let's see, one more comment from what I've been listening to. The dollhouse on the corner, it is a part of a residential zone. And it should be noted that the owner actually does live in that property, and that I believe gets you to your non-conforming use. You know, the dollhouse owner actually is a resident of that property. So the East Hampton Plan of Conservation and Development, you're all familiar with it. I'm making mention of it here. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but I want to reference as part of my comments and the minutes of this meeting. With that, page 27, part of the plan of conservation and development, activities that should be discouraged. One of the items mentioned on that page is traffic on Route 66. Adding a commercial property and commercial business proximate to the intersection of 66 and 151 would be contrary to this guideline. Also on page 27, it mentions the plan, which includes protecting important resources, more specifically, protect historic and scenic resources. I'll address these two separately. On page 50 of the POCD, you will find an historic resources map. The property in question is clearly within one of the archaeological areas, again, archaeological areas designated on the map. It is also proximate to the Middle Haddam Historic District. I suggest to you that converting this property to commercial use would be contrary to the charge of protecting historic resources. Also on the map in that slightly brown area, circled in red in the 500, Jeremy, if you could point to the Union Hill Preserve. That Union Hill Preserve is part of the Middlesex Land Trust, which backs up, and if you could move slightly down, show Fern Lane, Jeremy. And if you slow down a bit, come back my way, stop there. That's my property there, which abuts both the land preserve and thus the property that is under discussion here. Let's see. Okay, so now page 56 of the POCD, protecting scenic resources, specifically scenic roads. It mentions in part that the scenic ordinance offers a degree of protection by limiting road improvements that would alter the road's character, as well as preserving scenic road items such as stone walls, trees, rustic barns, scenic meadows. Converting the single family home to a commercial property and commercial use would be contrary to the charge of protecting scenic roads. Now I'll refer you to page 93, which is the transportation map. The property at 9 Middle Haddam Road, also known as Route 151, is clearly within the area shown as an existing scenic road. In fact, the scenic road sign is at the end of the driveway leading to 9 Middle Haddam Road. Again, converting this property to commercial use would be contrary to protecting scenic roads. I'm going to back up to page 65 of the POCD. While the Planning and Zoning Commission should consider modest expansions of existing commercial industrial use, there should be adequate buffers against incompatible uses and important resources. That expansion should be consistent with the POCD and existing land uses. I suggest that there's not adequate buffers to important resources, and this is not currently an existing commercial zone. Page 88 of the POCD. It references traffic capacity and safety along Route 66 and 151. This intersection of 66 and 151 is referenced as a frequent crash location for the town of East Hampton. Converting property to commercial zone in this intersection would only increase traffic and potential accidents, both negative impacts for traffic capacity and safety. Page 112 of the POCD. This is just a personal opinion, a personal comment. It charges the Planning and Zoning Commission with developing partnerships with appropriate public interest organizations, such as the Nature Conservancy, Middlesex Land Trust, and among others. As I mentioned first, this property isn't owned currently by the applicant. If the owner is so inclined to sell the property, perhaps it would be better served by contacting the Middlesex Land Trust and making it part of the Union Hill Preserve, which currently exists. Looking at the town's planning and zoning regulations, excerpting from those.
We really need to have everybody be able to speak. And
okay,
then
I will
a series of V's, and I'm having a little bit of trouble following all of it. Could you please put this in writing and forward it to Jeremy?
I would be happy to. I have it nearly
you.
I have it in a form that I could put to Jeremy with additional comments. And in order to continue, and I think this is important, and I'll draw it to a close. I know you need to have other folks speak as well. Folks have mentioned the Cobalt Lodge, which is at the corner of Fern Lane and 151. This is an existing non-conforming use property within the historic district. Planning and zoning, the Middlesex Historic District Commission, and the Chatham Health District are all familiar with this property and issues going back and forth with its commercial use there. If you look back far enough, you'll find my name as part of these conversations as well. They, to quite simply, have not been the best of neighbors over time. I would be reluctant to see an additional commercial use added to this area. I guess that's about it for now.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to put this together for Jeremy, and I will submit it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Jeremy?
Okay. Yep, we've got a number here. Stuart Winquist, I'm going to allow you to talk. Just unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Since I'm on this call, I am the Stuart Winquist from 11 South Main Street in East Hampton. I'm also the chairman of the Middlesex Land Trust. And so speaking on behalf of the Middlesex Land Trust, I would say that typically we do not take positions on zoning issues within a town on property that's not ours. But we would ask that if you do change this to commercial zoning, that you make sure that you apply the zoning, the commercial regulations that would require an adequate buffer. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Jeremy?
You're muted, Jeremy.
Crying out loud. Ted and Michelle Sattler, go ahead and unmute yourselves and you can speak. Just waiting for them to unmute. Ted and Michelle, if you're there, just unmute yourself. Yep.
I'm unmuted.
You're good now.
We hear you.
I'm on here for the next part with the 45 daily one, but if you go to the other map, I used to be the landowner of the 3 Old Depot Hill Road, where it says Leonardi up there. You guys had questioned, I know Kevin had questioned commercial properties. I also filled in for the postmaster at Cobalt. So I am familiar with the people that used to be in the Dow House previously. Yes, they did live there. And yes, they did have an antique shop there. Now, if you go down to the other corner of Old Depot Hill Road that says Saltus, that I believe is a commercial property or was used as a commercial property when I lived there. It's basically a garage. And the guy that owned it used to make parts for Pratt and Whitney. So I don't know if that's still or was zoned commercial or is still zoned commercial. But I just wanted to mention that because Kevin had questioned what other commercial things were in the neighborhood. And that's all I got to say. I'm not going to speak for or against it. Just wanted to throw in my 2 cents of my knowledge from living there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Casey Donnelly, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes, thank
Perfectly.
you.
I'm going to assume you can. I live at 97 Middle Haddam Road in the Historic District, and I'm a runner. I run by this property every day. I share, I think, a lot of the same sentiments that Kevin expressed in the sense that I think that the doctors seem like lovely people who have wonderful intentions. Certainly, I have no issue with the particular proposal that they have in the sense that I think everybody would benefit from the restoration of this home. And, you know, a veterinary clinic is rural enough that it fits in with the surrounding neighborhood. I guess what I would urge the applicants to do and the commission, if possible, is to really brainstorm ways in which, and I know Kevin was thinking of this himself, in which perhaps whether it's an easement or some sort of mechanism in the law that they would be allowed to operate the particular business that they want to operate without this, very scary possibility, which I think at least some of the committee shares, that this could in fact become, another Rite Aid. I grew up in Manchester. It's been a disaster in terms of like residential communities turning into commercial properties. These applicants are not the problem. It's the next applicants or the next people that would own the property. And all I would say is that it seems like there's a lot of very smart people on this call and on this committee. And if possible, I have to believe that there's a way, or at least some ideas could be thrown out other than just a pure, okay, let's revise this into a commercial rezoning, and we'll just see what happens in 5 years or in 10 years or in 15 years. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
All
Anybody else
right.
for me?
Yep, I've got a few more. Amy, I've got somebody named Amy. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hi, this is Amy's husband, Justin Brochu. We live at 1 Old Depot Hill Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
I would like to say that I'm strongly opposed to the zone change. I feel that it just opens the door for the current properties to try and change the rest of the acreage from residential to commercial, and these people don't even own the property. Who's to say that once it's zoned commercial that they go ahead and build their veterinary hospital and don't turn around and sell it to someone else, or St. Clemens do what they want with it? It just opens the door.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've got Susan and Bill Reese. Go ahead and unmute yourselves and you can speak.
Hey folks, this is Bill Reese. I'm here with my wife Susan, and we have lived directly to the north of the discussed property for 11 years now. And we love the area. We like where we are. And I think I speak for my wife in echoing even Justin's comments that this does open the door for who knows what. And that's the frightening part about all of it. And, for us to sit here and look down, someone had mentioned earlier, it was literally in their backyard. Well, it is literally in our side yard. And I think we may have the longest or the biggest abutment to the property of anyone who is in St. Clements Castle or St. Clements Equestrian or whatever they are called here. So yeah, I can't help but be against it. I have nothing against the idea of a vet clinic going in there, but the idea of what could come after that, there are just too many unknowns. And I don't know if Susan wants to add anything to that.
I would just like to say I've kind of been researching and thinking about this a lot, and I love the idea of the vet hospital, and I think what the Gustafsons want to do is fantastic. And but the idea of all of that land becoming now commercial, if something falls through or they outgrow it, or who knows what could happen in the next 5 years. Now we have this huge commercial parcel next to us, and that like Bill said, that's what's concerning.
Thank you.
That's about it. Thanks.
Okay. Grady, Connecticut. Unmute yourself. Go ahead and speak. If you're on a phone, it's *6 to unmute.
No.
I'll just give him one more second here. Bill, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll never do what I did today in the future, but I gave the speech that I was going to give tonight, just in case I couldn't give it. But obviously I could give it. And I spent a lot of time on it, even though it's only 2 pages. And I would like to have given it myself, and it's not a criticism of you, Jeremy. I should have made myself more clear because I don't think anybody really caught what I was trying to get at. But number one, let me say one thing. Saltus property is not commercial, okay? Number two, this property on the southeasterly corner abuts the historic district in Middle Haddam. I just was involved with the sale of the Nealon property, and the new owner presumably may or may not even know about this proposed application, but it abuts that property. Now, this doesn't affect me personally, okay? It's in the vicinity. But the problem that I have is that the applicant has come in and asked for something very, very serious. The zone change is a big deal. And I've heard almost nothing that addresses the issues that they're supposed to address in this meeting, which are all laid out in section 9C2 of the zoning regulations. They're supposed to give us an analysis of the impact on the neighboring properties. And they're supposed to relate it to the plan of development. I haven't heard anything. I've heard more from the commission than I've heard from the applicant. And that's unfortunate because I've been at hundreds of these meetings over the years, and I've never seen a meeting like this over such an important issue not addressed by the applicant. And I'm not trying to berate the applicants because they're doing this on their own. And this is not easy. I know that. But by the same token, you have to be prepared. And I don't find this to be the proper method to make a serious sale of a major piece of property in our area for this application. We're under attack in Cobalt. We've already had a problem down at the marina, which the commission is fully aware of, surrounded by residential property going to commercial. And now we have this essentially surrounded by residential property, which was supposed to be low density residential according to the plan of conservation and development, now being proposed for commercial. There should have been a little more homework done here as far as the applicant is concerned. But I still would like, before I go, because I know everybody's been taking a lot of the commission time up tonight, and I hope you do read my speech because it's not that long, unlike the last ones. But I tried to make all of the points that probably should have been addressed tonight by the applicant. Number one, I would like, Mr. Chairman, the applicant to tell us whether or not the purchase and sale agreement discusses anything with the seller regarding subdivision of the property in the future. Do we have an answer to that?
I'd rather get all your comments, and if you could submit them in writing, I'd be
I've
very
already done that,
appreciative.
Mr. Chairman. Jeremy read it tonight. It's all there, but I'd like to hear the applicant answer 3 simple questions, that's all. And I'm addressing the chair.
Would you like us to answer?
Can you repeat?
Hang on a second. I'm not making this into a debate.
No, it's not a
What I would
debate,
like
Mr.
is-
Chairman. I'm just trying to get some information, that's all, from the
I
applicant.
understand that, and I understand that you have submitted that, but I would like to give the applicant the ability to review it and answer it rather than try and answer it off the cuff if they're not comfortable with
Well,
that.
that would be fine. They're very simple questions, however, but I'd be glad to wait for the answer, but I would request that the chairman instruct them to answer those 3 questions that are at the end of my speech.
We can try to address those now if you like. Can you reiterate them? What they were?
Sure.
Up to the chairman.
Yes, please, go ahead, reiterate.
Okay, go ahead. Does the purchase or sale agreement address the subdivision of the property?
Yes, so basically we, once the commercial approval is done, then we would be subdividing the property and the purchase would not, the subdivision would take place upon that. And if it was not done or if we did not purchase the property, then I believe the idea was that the commercial would not go through.
Does the purchase and sale agreement have a right of first refusal in it? If you don't know what that is, I'll explain it.
Go ahead. That'll be fine.
If you ever decide to sell the property, the seller to you would have the right to have a first right of refusal to get the property back.
We do not have that in there.
Okay. And your intended purpose for the 5 acres, it just seems like an awful lot of land to do what you want to do on the property. I still don't quite understand it, but now that you've talked about subdivision, it makes perfect sense.
We are not subdividing the 5 acres after that. It was the subdivision from the 17 acres. That's what I meant.
All right, well, that's not what you said, but that's what you meant.
I
That was my only issue, Mr. Chairman, was whether or not there was any sort of an arrangement with St. Clements, because I'm very familiar with them and it wouldn't be unlike them to do that.
No. It was, we actually approached St. Clements. So this was not something that they looked to do, but we approached them because we live in Cobalt. We've been here for 17 years. We've been at the Portland Veterinary Hospital for that long. And I'm sorry.
No, that was somebody interrupting, sorry.
And so we have the opportunity to move closer to home and to service more of our neighbors in a better aspect, and to form a hospital that is something that is more our style, a small town veterinary hospital. And so that's what we're looking to do. They will, once we purchase the property and it's what's subdivided and we purchase that acreage, they will remain access to, or they will have the 12 acres, we will have the 5 acres, and there will be no relation regarding them having any access to that property. And, you know, I would think that if we were looking to do more with it, which we're not, but I would think that according to the zoning that you would have to have that approval to add any other buildings or anything to that property. I think we have to get the site plan approved as well after that's all happened. So, but that we are planning to renovate the house, add on to that and make that the hospital. And as Charlie had mentioned, Dutch had mentioned that he, you know, we had to kind of trying to change it up a bit because of the landscape of the property. It is a little difficult to get it all in, and we just don't want to have any problems with not being able to get septic or a well in that area.
Thanks, Dr. Gustafson. Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I would simply say is I hope that the commission members would read peacefully what I had written. There's a lot of things in there that I would like to have pointed out myself, but unfortunately I didn't have the opportunity to do that. And remember, everyone, whatever is good for East Hampton has to be good for Cobalt too. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Attorney Grady. Anybody else, Jeremy? You're muted, I think. Jeremy, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes, we do have a few more. And Bill, I apologize for stealing your thunder on your written speech there.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, I've got Steve. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ellen Zedemoyer and Steve Foley. We live at 32 Oakham Dock Road. We've been listening to the whole conversation, and you know, this information has been very enlightening. While we don't necessarily have a disagreement with having a veterinary clinic open up pretty much behind us, we just had concerns about, you know, the entire property, the 17 acres, how that was being subdivided. And, you know, if 5 acres was truly needed for a veterinary clinic. So all the information has been super helpful, and we do appreciate the discussions. But we just still, you know, kind of have concerns about how, you know, St. Clements would, you know, potentially use this information of changing the property to a commercial, you know, eventually maybe turning the rest of the property over to commercial as well, and butting up into our property, and just, you know, just our concerns over that. And, you know, just all the information has been very helpful. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, I mean, this is Steve. I kind of agree with Kevin Kerr as far as, you know, carving out just what they kind of need for space and making that commercial and leaving the rest as is. Again, we're not opposed to the veterinary clinic. We think it's a great idea. You seem like really great people. And I'm going to echo some other people's concerns with Mr. Grady and Mike, whose last name I'm not going to try to pronounce because I'll just mangle it. My main concern is St. Clements having access to that property. If the entire 5 acres is turned commercial, that sets a precedent, I would think, for St. Clements to go, well, that's commercial. Why can't we make the rest of this commercial? And then we're back at square one again, where we were at the marina, as Mr. Grady had pointed out earlier. That's really my only concern, is St. Clements using this as a way to turn the rest of the 12 acres into commercial land. And then, you know, now it's affecting our property directly. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, so those are all our concerns. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Jeremy?
Yep, one more hand up. PJ, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hi, it's Pam Hatfield. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, could you
Hi,
identify yourself again, ma'am?
Pam Hatfield.
Thank you.
I'm at 37 Fern Lane, and I did send in a letter that I know Jeremy read pretty quickly. But again, as everybody stated, I don't, nothing against our veterinary friends there. Seem like great people. My concern is, as everybody's already expressed, and I just want to point out, and I think the commission is probably aware, if you zoom out again on this map, this entire section is zoned residential. The dollhouse is a residential occupant that runs a home business selling dolls. There's a very tiny little circular driveway that I see there. It's not a commercial business. I'm not sure what you would define as a commercial business. Same thing with Cobalt Lodge, and you guys are well aware of the issues that we have with Cobalt Lodge. All of this property is residentially zoned currently. Also, I'd like to point out, in agreement with earlier comments about that section of 66 and 151 being a heavy crash scene according to your plan of conservation and development. And then lastly, I just would like to point out the commercial zone that we keep focusing on the corner of 151 and 66 is an eyesore currently. It's in total disrepair. The parking lot is a minefield. So I really don't see an aesthetic benefit to turning this property into commercial and pushing it further down 151, which is a scenic route. And you can clearly see, based on the pictures I sent in, the scenic road sign right there. So those were really the primary points that I wanted to make. I do thank the commission for their consideration with the application. And again, I love this neighborhood. I love it, okay? I do have to say, the commercial zone at the marina has been detrimental, and they haven't even started building yet. My personal opinion, I'm sorry. I love this neighborhood and I love East Hampton. I moved here because it's a rural community where I could raise my children. I've done that, and I'd like to enjoy the remaining piece of this neighborhood as long as I possibly can. Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yep, we have one more. Jennifer M., go ahead and unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Jennifer Mikulski, 100 Daily Road. I can't hold back some comments regarding this. First of all, I truly feel that the plan the Gustafsons are providing is outstanding, but we cannot ignore, once again, a residential to commercial zoning change request. And once again, I will say, where does it end? It just keeps going. We've been on here for so long, I'm not going to keep commenting, but these zoning changes forever impact this town. And there are, with creative thinking, options for businesses like this in existing commercial areas. And that is all I need to say.
Thank you. Any comments from the remainder of the commission?
Jeremy, I have some administrative questions. Someone who is not the owner of the property can apply for a zone change of the property. Is that accurate?
Yes, as long as the owner has approved, as long as the owner of the property has signed the application, yes.
Okay, so the owner of the property signed this application,
Yes.
but they're not present to speak.
No, they're not.
On the application, there was a checklist submitted for zone change, and it says they're is supposed to be reports from Chatham Health District, Fire Marshal, Police Department, and Public Works. Was that included?
That checklist is pretty generic. We don't always get reports from those for zone change, and it will be required for the special permit and site plan later.
I guess I would ask the commission then, would they encourage that those items be completed in connection with the application? And I personally would like to see the minutes from you mentioned that this piece of property was subject to an application prior for a change to commercial, and it was denied. Is that accurate?
I can't remember if it was denied or if it was withdrawn. It was a few years ago. We can certainly pull up those minutes. Yeah, that was St. Clements at the
Personally
time.
would like to- as an individual, I would love to see just read the minutes of that
Sure.
hearing before I could make a decision.
Sure. We can
Anything
get
else
those.
from the commission?
It sounds to me like we have to continue this.
I agree with you. From the applicant, Dr. Gustafson, did you want to add anything at this point in time?
Well, I was just wondering, like, as far as creative options, like where that would come from, as far as what's, if we could do something that, that would help ease people's mind that this will only be a veterinary hospital, or that this would, as far as those, I'm not sure what the legal options are there.
I think Jeremy would have to take a look, and town staff would have to take a look at that a little bit further. I would feel a lot more comfortable if you gave that some thought rather than trying to answer that one off the cuff, Jeremy.
Yeah, why don't we get together early next week and we could talk about some options.
Okay.
Okay.
We want to just, those that are still listening, we want to first of all thank those that did come in and write letters of support. But then those that are, if they're still listening and have opposition, again, we are part of Cobalt. This is our town too. Our kids go to school here. They ride the bus with half of your kids that have been on the bus. We love this town too. That's why we want to be able to move our business here. We have an established business in Portland, and we want to just be able to move it to our town. This is our town too. And that property, it's historical, and we want to renovate that. We definitely have like that historical nature. I mean, you've seen that our windows behind us. This is the house we built. They are wood windows, single paned, everything to the wood pine floors. I mean, we want it to look like it fits in that neighborhood, even the historical district. We're not trying to, we're not a part of St. Clements Castle. We're not going to be a part of St. Clements Castle. We just want to be able to do our profession, serve our clients, their pets, and be able to be a part of our town as well.
And just one other thing, I just really feel that if we did help the commercial area there, like one lady mentioned just how that one is in disrepair, the area that's right in the Cobalt Center. Just feel like that would actually, it would help it. It would bring business, and they would actually be able to repair that in a way that would help Cobalt.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. What I would like to do is continue the public hearing for the application PZC 20-023 JCG Properties LLC, 9 Middle Haddam Road, for a zone change from R2 to commercial for approximately 5 acres to operate a veterinary clinic, map 01C, block 9, lot 5, to our next regularly scheduled meeting of December 2nd, 2020.
So move, Mr. Chairman. Kevin.
Second, Roland.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor and second. Any comments or questions?
Just that I would like to encourage, I mentioned conservation easement. If there's any attempt to revise the map that has been proposed to us today for the future hearing, that I as an individual commissioner would like to encourage that.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, I would like to have a motion to continue the application PZC 20-023 to our next regularly scheduled meeting of December 2nd, 2020. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So move, Mr. Chairman, as described in item number C on the agenda, 5C of the agenda.
Yes,
I second that.
I have a motion on the floor, seconded by Roland. Comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. It is now 9:30. We have a couple of more items on the agenda for this. What I would like to do is, if it's okay with the commission, continue the updates to section 3.1 Lake Pokety Park Protection Zone to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Is that, would that be
Ray,
okay with everybody?
Ray, I mean, just to comment, I mean, I really don't want to push this off anymore. I think that questions or concerns have been answered. There's just one little notation that I wanted to make or change to the update, and that's under, I spoke to Jeremy this morning on that, and he was pretty much in agreement with me on it. And it was just changing, from 50 feet to 25 feet. Other than that, that was all that I had. I know Jeremy probably had some kind of communication from another resident. And I don't know, there was some kind of change that he had noted that would be changed. So I don't want to, I know that, we've, this meeting has gone for a while and we want to push things along, obviously, but it's okay from my perspective. I'm also chairman of the Friends of the Lake Commission, and we've had discussions on this this month, and everybody was pretty much in favor of the.
Okay, then what I'll do is I will then, let's address the updates to section 3.1 Lake Pokety Park Protection Zone. Jeremy, can you outline the changes that you discussed with Kevin, and if you are in agreement with those and what that form would take?
Yeah, it's a minor change under section D. The first item is a minimum setback requirement of 50 feet from all of the tributaries and the lake. Kevin, made me aware or reminded me that certainly around the lake, 50 feet is going to be very difficult to achieve. So I think the easiest way to deal with that, because 50 feet is a requirement for rear and front setbacks in some of the other zones that are in the watershed. So I think the easiest way to do that would be 50 feet in the R3 and R4 zones, 25 feet in the R1 zone.
Okay, and you have language to that effect in the update?
Yeah, I will make that change. Yep.
Okay, with that in mind, are there any further comments from the commission members? I'm going to open it up to the public. Anybody on the public wish to state or discuss anything on item 5D, updates to the lake, section 3.1, Lake Pokety Park Protection Zone? We have discussed this for months. It's been on the website. We're now down to very small changes in it, this would be the last one. Anybody have any comments about this? Jeremy, do you see any hands up?
No hands up.
Jeremy,
Okay,
I thought you said that there was another change based on feedback from a resident. What was that change?
No, I haven't gotten any other change. I know Bob Yankner was in the meeting last month and asked for another month to review it, but I don't think I never got anything from Bob.
Yeah, Bob, I spoke to Bob and he was fine with everything. He did have a few comments, but Jeremy and I had talked through those comments, and so there would be no change based on our discussions.
Is that sufficient, Angelos?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, what I would like is to entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the updates to section 3.1 Lake Pokety Park Protection Zone.
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor from Angelos. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Jim. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any abstentions? Any objections? With that, what I would like to do is I would like to move that the East Hampton Planning and Zoning Commission update, accept and implement the updates to section 3.1 Lake Pokety Protection Zone as written with the comments included this evening about the setbacks. The reason for this is that it is consistent with the POCD and that this would be beneficial for the lake and to protect the lake. This would have an effective date of, let me take a look at the calendar, an effective date of November 20th, 2020. Would that be acceptable for a date, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, with that, I just made a motion. There's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second, and Kevin.
I have a motion on the floor, seconded by Kevin. Comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any objections, any abstentions? Good.
Thank you,
Been
Ray.
a long time coming. I'd like to thank everybody on the commission as well as everybody on staff. And I know a lot of people in your department, Jeremy, worked on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what I would like to do then is I'm going to recuse myself from application PZC 20-022 East Hampton Rotary Club. And I'm going to turn that over then to our vice
I'm
chair.
going to recuse myself as well, Ray, being vice chair.
Okay. Since since we are recusing ourselves, I am going to turn it over to Jim, our most senior member, and I'm going to sign off. If when you get finished with this, if somebody could just send me a text message or something to rejoin the meeting. Other than that, what I would like to do is make a suggestion that Jim, if you could seat our two alternates.
Okay, we'll put the alternates, I will have Michael and Tim.
Okay.
Replace you two.
Thank you.
In which case, I am going to sign off right now.
Okay, we have B, the application, PZC 20-022, East Hampton Rotary Club Foundation, 45 Daly Road, for a special permit for parks, playgrounds, and public recreation, section 4.4.D.1.D. Could is Steve Greco the spokesman for this application still?
You there, Steve?
Steve? Okay. So can you tell us what you'd like to do?
Yeah, so I'm the chairman of the East Hampton Rotary Foundation. And we received this piece of property in donation from an individual that wanted us to preserve and maintain it for recreational and or park purposes. So we've been trying to think about the types of things we could do to use this as a park or some other recreational facility for the citizens of East Hampton. And we want to be concerned about having very low impact in the neighborhood. So right now, we are contemplating a couple of things. Number one, when weather is good again, we may hold Rotary meetings at this site when we get summer weather or maybe nice spring weather. But also our property connects to the airline trail. So we anticipate developing a hiking trail so that people could hike down to the airline trail. And then lastly, we have been approached by Boy Scouts for a couple of Eagle Scout projects. One that might include nesting sites for screech owls, and one that might include a campsite. There may be other things in the future, but that's going to depend on a number of things, permission from you folks, of course, manpower, money, things like that. But right now, those are the only things we're contemplating.
So the way I take it, your application really is for a hiking trail and a project for the Boy Scouts for a place for them to camp.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other questions that we have from the commission to Steve? Want to ask him some questions about this project? Just speak up and say any questions.
You're looking for questions from the commission at this point, Jim?
Okay. So
What's the present zoning on this now?
Since we don't have any.
Yeah, Jeremy, I have a
Yeah.
question. This is Tim. The special permit for parks and playgrounds. So what does that allow? You know, I know they want to do, you know, Boy Scouts, but by getting that permit, what would be allowed to do in that property?
Well, so it's a special permit. So ultimately, whatever they present to the commission, if what they present is approved, that would be what's allowed. So right now they're presenting a trail, a connector down to the airline trail and some campsites. I'd like to get some clarification on how many campsites. I think that would be something that we'd be looking to find out. You know, but at this point, if that's all they're telling us, that's all they're intending to do at this point is a trail and some campsites, that's all they would be allowed to do.
Okay, thank you.
And if that changed in the future, they'd have to come back, amend their special permit and go through the same process again.
Very good, thank you.
Is there any other commission that'd like to ask any more questions?
Yeah, my understanding is there were some deed restrictions on this property, and I think those restrictions may have been changed. I'm sorry if I missed that, but could somebody maybe elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, there may be a change in the deed restriction. I don't have that in front of me, but the deed restriction that we had originally, and I'll read it to you. I happen to have that one in front of me. It says the property shall be forever reserved, preserved, used, and maintained by the grantee, which is the Rotary Foundation, or his successors and assigns, as the case may be, for recreational and/or park purposes. So the intention of the person who donated the land was for us to figure out a recreational use for the property that would be consistent with, you know, this parcel of land and really the neighborhood that it's in. And so we have actually talked about putting ball fields here, but it doesn't seem to work, you know, to have that much, that many people all at once.
That was the original deed restriction, but that's since changed, is that?
Yeah, I think the new deed restriction is less restrictive than this. Because, you know, we recognize that, you know, there has been some objection to this from the neighbors, and it looks like there may be some misinformation out there. So hopefully we can clear that up today. You know, I've had lots of questions about us holding rock concerts here and things like that, which we have no intention of doing.
I do have the amended restriction in front of me because it was filed in the land records on the 26th of, I think it was the 26th of October. So
Okay.
Just in addition to recreational and open space, the following was added as allowed by the restriction. So recreational, open space, agriculture, keeping of livestock, public and community services, cemeteries, farm, brewery or winery and or park purposes. So those are the allowed uses on the property. No structures can be constructed other than what's there, which is currently just an old residential house. And then there's some other limiting uses as well. But the primary goal of this document is to preserve that as open space.
That's interesting. So if we don't, okay, that's interesting. So it seems like the use that's being proposed is probably one of the least impactful uses that could now be a potential use of the property. Is that an accurate statement?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably defer to the commission to make that determination. But right out of that list of recreational, open space, agriculture, keeping of livestock, public and community services, cemeteries, a farm, brewery or winery, and or park purposes, I would say, yeah, a trail and a campsites probably is, yeah, it's one of the less intensive uses on that list.
And why can't any structures be placed on the property?
It's just one of the limitations. It's one of the limitations of the restriction.
Of the new restriction?
Yes. Yep. That was maintained.
Okay, thanks.
So there is a house on the property, just so you know. It's in a state of disrepair, so much so that when we had an electrician come in, he required us to disconnect the house from the power lines because it was a fire hazard. So there are really no structures on the property that can be used for, that are safe to be used for anything.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, for this, is there any more questions from the commission? On that, I'll open it up.
Yes. So the deed restriction wouldn't allow, say, a pavilion or a permanent bathhouse or anything to be built on the site?
I'm not going to get into the legalities of it, but that's my understanding at this time. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the structure that is not safe right now, would it be part of this application to remove that building? I just need clarification on that.
No, as the foundation has not made a decision on that, frankly, we don't know how much it would cost to make the building safe. We may one day have to take that building down just to make it completely safe, but we don't know if it can be rehabbed at this point, and we don't have any money in the budget to rehab it, even if we decided to do it.
How about removal?
Well, we would have to find the money for removal, and we would if we had to, and if it was allowed. I think it's an old structure, so I don't know what the rules are regarding that.
Okay, is this going to be open to the general public to use this?
That's what I just mentioned, was the fact that I want to open it to the public to speak.
Yeah, the hiking trail we anticipate would be open to the general public. Obviously, the building is locked up and boarded up, so no one would be entering the building. But that's the purpose of the hiking trail, for people to use it.
Jeremy, you had a staff report that you sent out to us. Could you, in a nutshell, I know it's quite lengthy. Could you just enlighten us what's your views here from this?
Yeah, I initially had some concerns and questions about the original application. The original application came in, was simply looking for a special permit. So we needed some clarification on what the special permit was for. So the application was amended to address parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas. I'm just going to pull up that review really quick here. So that was one of the concerns that I had. I went through the definition of what recreational areas are in terms of what our definitions are in the regulations. We do not have a definition or a section of the regulation that dictates the use of a park or playground or recreational area. So I grabbed some definitions out of the Law Dictionary and Webster's just to discuss what the definition is. There is an emphasis on public use when you're talking about parks and playgrounds and public recreation areas. I think that's important. And I also did bring to your attention the fact that there was a declaration of restrictions, and I wanted the commission to be aware of that, not because it's your purview to ensure that the property remains consistent with that easement, but it is important for you so that you don't inadvertently create a legal issue for them. So, one of the things that I think you as the commission, we have a little bit more clarity on what the foundation is really looking to use the property for. I think one of the issues before was there was some question as to what the actual uses were going to be and what the goal here was. I think we've got a little bit more sense of that. And so I would urge the commission to, consider the location, the fact that Daly Road is a narrow road. There's really only one outlet there. Consider the plan of conservation and development. The POCD does state that there's always an emphasis on preserving and protecting lands. We do have some language in the POCD about encouraging or expanding active playing fields, which this is not that. But that is the one area where we do discuss in the POCD the expansion of parklands. But there is an emphasis on open space areas. So that was the basis of that initial report. I think we've got some of the answers there. I think we just, we needed some more clarity on what the actual application was.
Okay.
At this time, I'd like to open it up for public comments. Do you have any people that want to speak? Jeremy?
Yep, we've got a number of hands that are going up, and I'll just remind public that's on, raise your hand if you'd like to speak. I will recognize you in the order that they come in. The computer does that for me, so it's easy. If you're on a phone, it is *9 to raise your hand. So Jennifer M., you're first in line. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Thank you, Jeremy. In the essence of time, I'm just going to make some bullet points after hearing Steve Greco's response to some or initial comments. He mentioned having some objection from neighbors. That kind of implies just bordering property. That is vastly inaccurate. Objection is coming from anyone from Flanders up. He mentioned to quote him, the development of hiking trails, that the Boy Scouts approached them. I'm curious as to when and for what purpose. He's also mentioned that there are other things in the future, to quote him specifically, to be developed, other uses, and that one day they may have to demo the building. All of these comments lead me once again to believe that they are just very strongly trying to obtain a special permit, a precedent setting special permit in an R4 zoned area, so they can start manipulating the regulations and to their interpretation. Okay. And another question I have is, do deeds, restricted, not whatever, override zoning regulations? Because I feel, and I'm not educated in this in any way, but that a lot of the allowable uses in this restricted deed don't even come close to complying with residential R4 zoning. And my last question is, are there any members of the Rotary that have not recused themselves that are currently hearing this application on the planning and zoning meeting tonight? That's all I have.
I don't think there's any one of us that's a Rotary member that's seated here right now. We had two and they recused themselves. So they're not on this application.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, what I'll do is just address the deed restriction question that she had. In terms of deed restrictions, no, they don't override zoning. So whatever is more restrictive would be in play here. So in this case, there are a number of uses that would be allowed on that property in the deed restriction that, if there were allowances in the zoning regulations with special permits or some other mechanism, could be allowed. But no, deed restrictions don't override zoning regulations unless they're more restrictive. So if it's a residential zone, but there's a deed restriction that says you can't have a residence here, it can only be open space, then in that case, it overrides zoning. So I hope that answers that question.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay. All right. Next.
Jeremy, could you read the restrictions one more time? I'm not sure that I made sure I understood what you were saying.
Sure. So the gist of the restriction is that the goal is to preserve and protect the property as open space kind of forever in perpetuity.
Okay.
But that being said, there are certain allowed uses in this document. So those allowed uses on the property include recreational, open space, which makes sense, agricultural, so agricultural uses, keeping of livestock, public and community services, and I'm not quite sure what that would be defined as. I think you'd have to go back to the grantor for that question. Cemeteries, farm, brewery, or winery, so that goes along with agriculture, and or park purposes. So those would be the allowed uses.
So you could have a cemetery on this property?
You could.
Jeremy, am I unmuted still?
Yeah, you are. And cemeteries, I will state, cemeteries would be allowed in a residential zone.
However, this application is going to be just for a hiking trail and camping for the Boy Scout project for camping.
And Mr. Chairman, I do believe they want to be able to assemble to meet, which may be just implicit because they own the property. Or
Well, that's probably true. I mean,
So assembly use is something that we would need to take a deeper dive at that. It's not listed in the application that we currently have that they would want to hold meetings there. If the house was rehabbed into an assembly hall, so to speak, for meetings, then that would not be allowed under the R4 zone. We don't allow assembly uses in the residential area. So we would need to look at that a little bit more closely. That said, if this were a park with an outside pavilion, which is not being proposed, there's nothing that stops a group of individuals from going to Sears Park, for example, which is residentially zoned, and meeting under the pavilion that's there. But right now, the application, I don't believe I saw meetings in the current application.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you're still unmuted.
Thank you. I just didn't want to interrupt. So am I incorrect in understanding that there are currently no special permits in R4 active or ever actually been applied for in the past or the recent past?
For this particular use?
No, are there any R4 special permits active right now?
We have some R4 special permits that are out there. The Fat Orange Cat was a special permit in the R4 zone. I'd have to rack my brain for others, but we don't have any that are currently pending, and we don't have any for this particular use.
Okay, and what was the use for Fat Orange Cat? What?
That was a farm brewery.
Okay, which is an allowable use in the deed
residential
restriction here.
zones. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that is a concern for the area, the neighborhood that we're talking about. One quick question. The letter that I sent today, is that going to be read into record, or is that just part of the record?
It's going to be, I'm going to address that with the chairman after we get through the spoken comments. I've got about 25 letters, and whether or not he wants them read in right now will be up to the chairman when we get there.
Okay, so I just wanted to say one thing regarding this that is contained in my letter for record, that this application is not just about 45 Daly Road. This is a precedent-setting special permit application that affects all R4 zoned areas in East Hampton. And with that, I will end my comments.
Jeremy, you said that assembly is not permitted in the zone. Where does it say that in the regulations?
If you read through the R4 zone, you will not find assembly uses as an allowed use type.
But so an auditorium is not an assembly use?
Is that in the R4 zone, auditorium?
I mean, it says uses permitted with special permits shall include, but not limited to, fire or police stations, municipal buildings, public utility buildings, public and parochial schools, parks, playgrounds, or public recreation areas, libraries, churches, museums, or auditoriums, cemeteries or their extensions, and hospitals. And there's all these other commercial recreation, commercial kennels. These are all with special permits. So I just wanted to point out that I feel like the proposed use as an individual commissioner is something I would support because it seems very reasonable, something that I think would be a good service to the town to have. You know, that as an individual commissioner, that's just my own comment, just based on what I'm seeing and what I'm reading. I feel like there are a lot of other uses that could be proposed for this property, and I think just what's being proposed seems pretty reasonable to me.
Well, actually, this application, he's only asking for the trail and for the Boy Scout camping. That's
Yeah, right. That's it.
That's it. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're not looking to add a lot of stuff up for him. He's trying to get along with the neighbors too.
Am I unmuted still?
Yep, you're still unmuted.
All right, so in the agenda for tonight's meeting, it clearly says special permit for parks, playgrounds, and public recreation per section 4.4D1D, map 33, block 87, lot 3. What they are trying to do is obtain a special permit and then start bending the regulations to their interpretation.
Well, so what is allowed, what's allowed under a special permit is what is being proposed. So if they come in and say, we're going to do a trail and a campsite under that particular section, the parks, playgrounds, and public recreation area, and they submit a site plan with that special permit application, what the only thing that the commission could approve is what they're proposing. Any changes beyond that would have to come back to this commission. So if they said, you know, now that we've got our trail and our campsite and we want to add a bocce ball court, I don't know, just picking out of a hat, that would need to come back to the commission to be approved.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that everybody understands that, you know, what's being proposed at this point is it's under the umbrella of parks, playgrounds, and public recreation areas, but it's tied to the site plan, is integral and tied to the special permit application. So what you're seeing on the screen is what we've got for a site plan at this time. And if the commission were to approve it, that is all that they would be approved for. And if Rotary wanted to come back and do something different, they would have to come back to this commission and go through the public hearing process again.
Okay, so to quote Steve, the other things in the future would have to be revisited.
They would have to come back to the commission. Yep.
Okay, I've taken up plenty of your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to our next folks. We got a number of hands going up. So Attorney Fury, unmute and you're on.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So Attorney Tim Fury, 43 Bellevue Avenue, Bristol, Connecticut. I represent several of the neighbors up in that area who were brought together by Richard Attorney Shealy and Kathy Erlinson, who I've known for years. Many of you know me. I've appeared in front of you most often representing developers. First, although I laud the dedication of this land to conservation and passive recreation, you know, proper planning and protocols have to be followed to assure there's not ongoing issues out there with the operation of the property. The purposes of your regulation make it clear that we're very concerned as a commission and as a community about the ability of properties as properly designed to handle traffic and circulation for safety and emergency vehicles, and the capacity of land to assure that whatever's proposed can handle it. And things that are not permitted in your regs are prohibited by your regs. Now, I find it interesting that your regulations clearly provide that a lot cannot be altered except in conformity with these regulations, yet substantial areas of this property have been clear cut and decimated directly adjacent to some of these residential properties with no appropriate permits. There is a timber harvest document signed off or not signed off at the town from 2016, but the permit itself isn't signed by anybody. And it says on it that they're only going to clear trees of greater than 13 inches, but people have been out there with, large machines, of which some of these neighbors have videos of, just clearing areas of this property, wholesale. And directly behind the houses, in violation of the recorded declaration, in violation of state statute. None of this should have occurred, A, without another special permit from this commission, B, without notice to Mr. Brown and probably the Middlesex Land Trust based on this declaration. And the new declaration that was signed as the old one provides that they can put up pavilions and other structures to permit all these uses. They'd have to follow your protocols, but there's no limitation on what buildings they could permit there. And I will tell you, if this were ever to be approved based on a boundary map with handwritten sketches on it, I've already been paid by these neighbors. I'd probably file an immediate appeal because your regulations do not allow you to approve this without a site plan that follows the strict regulations of your for a site plan. And I've never seen you do that before. It would surprise me greatly if you were to approve the future use of this property based on handwritten drawings and loose definitions. And I did read Jeremy's original summary, but that was before they suddenly decided they're going to do the camping aspect of this. And the definition of campground in your regulations specifically says a campground, which this would be based on the definitions in your regs, is the commercial recreational use. There's nothing in your regs that says a limited Boy Scout camp, and we don't know what that is, as Jeremy indicated earlier, is different than a campground as defined. And if you read the definition of campground in your regulation, the Boy Scout proposal is that. But even that being said, if you were to think it could fit under your other definition requiring a special permit, you don't have nearly enough information to make the determination. Just with what we see on the plan. I mean, one of the commissioners said, a meeting room for use of that property, if it was renovated, would be a good idea. Yeah, maybe, but how many members? Where are they going to park? Is there going to be a parking lot provided on site just for those meetings? Are people going to be parked out on the main road and then we can't get emergency vehicles by? If we're using it just for access to this trail, how many people do we anticipate using it? Where will they park? Is there any parking provided for handicapped folks? Is there any paved? Is it an impervious parking area? How is it access to the trailhead? What is the goal to control that if it's overflowed? Because again, you all know that if cars are going up and down parked on Daly Road, you have a problem. You have a safety problem. The neighbors have an access problem to their home. Your regulations require certain amounts of parking and a parking demand study. And, provisions for bicycles, provisions for pedestrians, provisions for lighting. There is no lighting on Daly Road, it's my understanding. And you have a dark sky goal in your community. So what's going to be provided out there? What is the drainage? What is the proposal? And very important, you can have a Boy Scout camp. Are there sanitation facilities? What is the access? I mean, is it just 3 lean-tos in the woods? And if it is, how many kids at a time? How are they maintained? What are their activities? Are there outdoor fires? And I also find it interesting that just 8 days ago, the declaration was amended and we've got farm breweries and wineries now. Well, I would tell you that in 2016, I'm assuming Mr. Brown, because the regulation, the declaration went to great lengths to outline that he would comply with the IRS regulations, which permitted him to take a tax deduction. And that's wonderful. He should be able to take a tax deduction. But the IRS regulation and the state statute regarding conservation and open space that they cite isn't contemplating the kind of things that are happening out there now. Under section 7.6, no grading should have been done without the approval of this commission. And and the limited exemption is over only 5,000 square feet. That's 50 by 100 feet. So that is well below what's been happening out there. And the commission should be concerned by that. Before this application was even filed, they've indicated there are some wetlands on the property. They should have either filed an application with the Wetlands Commission or got a document from them indicating there's no jurisdiction. I don't think there's a great amount of wetlands on the property, but based on this hand-drawn sketch, we don't know where there's activity planned and if it's affecting wetlands on the property. And the state statutes regarding this type of conservation area requires advance written notice, as I indicated earlier, to Mr. Brown, and I believe the land trust. The neighbors in the area are very concerned about this being done properly, that this being done in a measured way, that they can understand how it's being handled, where people will park, what will happen. I appreciate that they can only go so far at a time, but it's a little bit, like if you give a mouse a cookie. If any of you have children and have ever read that book to your kids, you know what I'm talking about. When you give the mouse a cookie, he then needs his milk. He then needs his napkin. He then needs to wipe his face. It just grows. So you need to do this appropriately as your regulations provide. And then the neighbors can be assuaged that at least they understand what could happen. With what we have here today, we have some sort of campground with, we don't know how many tents, how many people, how whatever. It's probably not permitted because it's a commercial recreational use. That doesn't mean things can't be done with proper planning to allow it by amending the regs or doing other things, but you certainly need a lot more information. You don't know how people are going to park and access the trail, how it's going to be regulated. And I don't necessarily agree with Jeremy that you can just designate this a public park, because public, implies full public access. And this is going to be a limited access thing. So I don't think I think it's well-intentioned, but I think it's poorly thought out. I think they've overstepped their bounds with some of their activities already, and maybe innocently so, but doesn't, it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. But I think this is a good point in time for the Rotary Club to get, proper advice, proper understanding of what their limits and obligations are. I personally think that the commission should forward the current declaration, the amended declaration that I literally received while I was sitting here watching the other applications, can be properly vetted to understand what the obligations are as relates to this commission. Because you should not be considering this application until you're assured that the proposed activities are A, permitted by that declaration, and B, no proper notice has been given as required by the Connecticut General Statute that's cited in that declaration. And I'd encourage you potentially to hold an on-site walk there so you can, if you haven't gone out there, to see the activities that have occurred. I've just been sent some videos and some pictures, and they're substantial. And I think that should give you pause. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know a bunch of the folks that are also waiting are the folks that asked me to speak for them tonight. That's it. Is that enough?
You good, Mr. Chairman?
That's fine. That's
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tim.
Comments.
All right, I'm going to move to Stuart Winquist. Just go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Thank you. Stuart Winquist from 11 South Main Street. And also for transparency, I'm also the chairman of the Middlesex Land Trust. So first, speaking on behalf of the Middlesex Land Trust, I wasn't aware of our being in the conservation restriction in the deed until after the last meeting. But we don't actually have purview on this property unless the applicant, the Rotary Club would come to us if they couldn't contact the grantor within, I remember 60 days or 90 days or something. They could come to us if they wanted to amend it, and we would have that authority, but we don't have any authority otherwise over the property unless they invoke that. I don't know about the amendment to the deed, but so now speaking as a resident and not on behalf of the land trust, I would just make some comments for the town. The conservation restriction does incorporate the state regulations for conservation restrictions by reference, and that stuff gets complicated. And I would suggest that that they employ, the town get advice from a lawyer who's familiar with conservation restrictions and conservation easements, because like I said, it gets complicated. And if somebody were to bring a lawsuit against the Rotary Club, they would probably also involve the town. So we would probably want to include whatever restrictions are in the deed within the special permit. You know, I don't think it would probably be an issue for a trail. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be an issue for a trail, but the thing is that even if the new amendment doesn't reference the conservation restrictions, they don't go away. Once they're in the deed, they're in the deed, and you can't go and change them. Because then it becomes the purview of the Attorney General, because we've been involved with the land trust. I've been involved with 2 instances that involved conservation restrictions that the Attorney General got involved with. So you just want to be aware of that, because that's not something simple to deal with. And it's a lot cheaper to deal with it up front than to pay attorney fees later. And, you know, in the 30 years I've lived here, sometimes we've had to spend a lot of money on attorney's fees for all sorts of things that I thought could have been avoided. The other thing, just also with this special permit, I think you would also want to reference approval for the Department of Health for the sanitary facilities for a camping area, just because I'm not sure what the drainage is from here onto the, you know, the airline trail or next to the airline trail or what, but you'd want to make sure that whatever if you had an outhouse out there or whatever, that it would perk out. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Ted and Michelle Sattler, go ahead and unmute yourselves and you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I kind of want to echo the same, pretty much what Mr. Attorney Fury was saying on behalf of us residents here. I live at 14 Portage Trail, which abuts directly up against this property, right by the entrance. The barrel arrows next door are directly where the house is. My property's abuts next to theirs. When they first started all this, I went to the town and tried to find out what was going on out there. We were never notified of what was going on out there. I came home one day, this time of year in the darkness, next morning, took my kid to the bus and all the trees were going out behind my house. When I questioned about it, they said they had a permit for 2 months to harvest trees back there. That harvesting went on for 2 years, not 2 months. When I tried to, the town told me to talk to the Rotary Club about it. I spoke to someone at the Rotary, I believe it might've been Mr. Greco, I'm not positive. And they told me to talk to Attorney Barber because one of my neighbors, because he was the Rotarian in charge of it. And as far as I've been concerned, I've been told nothing but smoke blowing up at me, trying to deceive me of what was going on out there. But I want to echo what Mr. Fury said about if you're going to have meetings for the Rotary Club, you're going to have the Boy Scouts out there, or you're going to have a nature trail. Where are people going to park? There is nowhere to park out there at their property at this moment. They would have to park either in the field that they made there, which I don't think they should be parking there. You can't, if you park on the street, you're going to be blocking the street. In case you're not aware of, any of the members here are aware of it, right where that house is, Daly Road takes a 90-degree turn and becomes a dirt road. So I don't think they're going to be parking on a dirt road that goes down a hill. You're going to have facilities out there for people on this trail. Are they going to be, urinating and defecating on the property out there because they have to go and there's no facilities? That's my concern. And the deed that was given to us, the copy of it that we were made available to us recently talks about preserving the nature out there. I really would like you to go out there and walk that property before you make a decision and see what they did to that property, that it's no longer the beautiful forest that it was. They basically just came in, harvested what they wanted of the trees and left the rest of it just laying there like garbage. Looks like artillery went off out there. It's actually disgusting to walk out there now. I don't know anybody that would want to walk on that trail to view that type of nature. Previous to them harvesting the trees, I had a trail camera on the edge of my property, and I used to get videos and pictures of deer, turkeys, raccoons, foxes, coyotes, bobcats, possums, squirrels, you name it. Since they've harvested that wood out there and they took the trees away, I don't see any deer anymore. I don't see any turkeys. I don't see any raccoons. I've seen the foxes. I don't see the coyotes. I don't see the bobcats. I don't see the possums. We do see squirrels, but the rest of it's all gone because they destroyed it. And it was also mentioned about the wetlands. If you put that trail in according to the map that you have here, that entire bottom of the cul-de-sac where Portage Trail is, that's their property. That everything that's below that cul-de-sac is all wetlands. So if you put a trail through there, it's going to be through wetlands. The rest of my concerns were addressed in the letter that I submitted to the record. So that's pretty much all I have to say today.
How many more do we have, Jeremy?
I have four more hands up.
Okay,
Jim,
yes.
can I make a recommendation to the chairman that we limit comments to 3 minutes? It's fairly late. Keep comments to 3 minutes, and if information's already been said, with the folks that are making comments, not repeat what has been already said. This information is all very important, and we don't in any way want to dismiss the input that we get from them, but we have a limited amount of time, and new information is most important at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I assume that everyone heard what Roland said, and I agree with it. So if you have something new to add, make your addition.
Okay, I've got Matt B. I've unmuted you on my end. Unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, yes, this is actually Melanie and Matt Barrelero. We are at 10 Portage Trail. We are the property owners that have the house right in our backyard. This submitted map is incorrect. There is not 50 feet of coverage in front of our property to theirs. They blew down all those trees. We recently moved in about 2 years ago. We have 2 small children, a 3 and a 6-year-old. My concern is a walking trail is going to parallel what the Cranberry Bog entrance looks like for the airline trail. I personally have been there and witnessed heroin needles, dog poop in bags, human fecal matter on toilet paper just chucked around that site. I have 2 young boys that I absolutely refuse to be exposed to this when these people decide to take it to our property. The idea of a park can easily turn into a dog park. We love our community dogs. We know all our neighbors, but I refuse to have random dogs running into our yard and possibly mauling our children. I'm not sugarcoating my thoughts about this. I am adamantly opposed to this. being obviously right in our backyard. A trail is one thing, but they're going to ask for one little trail and it's going to turn into something much bigger. Boy Scouts and camping, as other people, I will echo, where is their waste going to go? Boy Scouts can be handicapped, so how are those facilities going to be managed? I think that also, we do have an attorney representing us, so I'll let him walk with the rest of this, but that's our personal thoughts. I'm done with comment.
Okay, thank you. Next is Patricia Daly Banning. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Yes, my name is Patricia Daly Banning. I own the property that is actually marked on this map as Margaret Daly. My mother has passed away and I am now the owner of all that property. My concern is that if you look where they want to have this opening onto the airline trail, they have a very small area. I'm going to have everybody that wants to come onto the airline trail on my property. I already do. I have people coming into the yards of, I don't live on Flanders Road anymore. I sold my home, but I'm there almost every day on my property. I have people wandering through. My husband years ago almost shot someone who was trespassing on our property, riding a bike when he was deer hunting on our property, saying that they were on the airline trail. It's ridiculous. We have access to the airline trail that's given by the state of Connecticut at designated areas. There's no need for more access on private property areas onto the airline trail than what is already there. And to allow camping and Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or whomever out there, you're just opening up not only that property to danger, but to my property, to all of our property. Lord knows what's going to go on out there. You're opening the door, you're allowing them in, and then a foot in the door is ridiculous. Also, you're talking about putting this on the end of Daly Road. Daly Road is a cart path. It's a cart path that was created for my two grandfathers who lived on that road to be able to go from one house to the other. And it's never been improved. It's never been widened since my grandfather used it to deliver milk up and down the road from his property. This is not a road that can handle this. This is not an area that can handle this. The Rotary has been nothing but a poor steward of this land since they were given it. My father, when we wanted to log a piece of property, my father had to go through hoops and bounds to do it. We had to create riprap so that there wasn't any mud brought onto the road. We could only harvest certain trees. I mean, we had to do everything to the letter of the law. We couldn't clear cut our property the way the Rotary has gotten away with clear cutting this property. All of you need to take a walk out there and see the decimation that's been done to this property. And if you think that they've been a good manager of the property now, then wait till you see what they do next. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jen M., go ahead, unmute yourself.
Thanks, Jeremy. I just wanted to echo Melanie and Pat's comments regarding parking. I don't know if any of you are familiar with how people acted or still are acting with the resurfacing of the airline trail, parking up and down Smith Street. I can't even imagine with public access to an additional trail, to the airline trail, what would happen on the single lane transition from pavement to dirt on Daly Road. We live a half mile down the dirt road. And I can tell you what happens down here from the few people that do realize how close we are to the airline trail. And it is an extreme safety concern for any resident up these non-through streets. And all of the roads up here from Flanders on are not through streets. We are dead ends everywhere you go. And you start inviting the public to an area like this, and it is going to end in nothing good. That is basically all I wanted to say. I can't even express how concerning it is as a resident of Daly Road. The safety on its own. They can propose whatever they'd like. This is just absurd. It's absurd in so many ways. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Brian Timms, unmute and go ahead and speak.
Hi, thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate the time. I have one question for you right out of the gate. On the new restrictions, it appears from the original restrictions that number 2 is now missing or has been removed. And that talks about how it should remain a Connecticut nonprofit corporation, which the members will be the owners or owners from time to time of said property. With that removal, does that now give the Rotary the ability to sell that piece of property?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure what the legal implication of that is. We'll have to look into it from our end. I just got a hold of this yesterday, so I haven't had I noticed that was missing as well, and I'm not quite sure what the implications are going to be.
Yeah, it seems like we had gotten in touch with Mr. Brown via his spokesperson, and then he was in touch with Mr. Barber to change these restrictions, which is interesting to one degree, because people that have been working there on that piece of property seem to be individuals who just do odd jobs in town. And it's kind of funny how that happened. But my comments, and I'll be quick about them, is the second comment is if there is an unsafe building on that property, which I believe Mr. Greco might have stated, why would we allow children on that property or individuals to hike on it? So if it's an unsafe property, don't we have to tear that down before we can actually have people on that piece of land hiking or doing Boy Scouts or doing Eagle Scout projects? The second comment I'd like to make is if you want to have meetings during the nice summer months, that's great. We have Sears Park, which has a beautiful pavilion, which, when the water's great, it's people can go kayaking during the meetings and attend and enjoy each other's company out there at Sears Park. Number 4 would be, I implore Mr. Greco for you to reach out to all your Rotary members, pick a day, and all of you come down together in your cars and see how much of a hassle it would be to be at that piece of property, trying to park, trying not to cause a tremendous amount of traffic. Actually try and find a day where it's actually pouring rain out, and you'll see how much of a mess it would be. And finally, which I find quite interesting, there is something that the Rotary Club did in 1943. It's called the 4-way test. The Rotary Club 4-way test is this. Number 1, is it the truth? Number 2, is it fair to all concerned? Number 3, will it build goodwill and better friendship? And number 4, will it be beneficial to all concerned? I do not believe any of those have been taken into consideration for this neighborhood. And this neighborhood has rallied. I've never seen something like this in the 19 years that I've lived at 13 Portage Trail. This community, this neighborhood is so against this because there's been deceit, there has been untruthfulness, and it's not a sense of community that we're looking for. And I truly, honestly believe that some people on the Rotary Club should be ashamed of themselves for not being truthful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Stockberger, you're up next. Unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Yeah, I'll just be 2 very, very brief comments, and I'm speaking for myself and my husband, Jack. We are at 62 Daly Road, which is also on the dirt portion. Just two very brief things. One, I think I would have concern, in addition to my general lack of desire to see this happen, but for people who would find themselves lost or not finding the right entrance, as Jen Mikulski indicated, we already have people who come down the dirt portion of Daly and get stuck down here, don't get turned around correctly, either on a muddy or a snowy day. So that would be a general concern. And my other comment is one about need. I was involved at one point with the Boy Scouts with Michael's mom and my son, who was both a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout. And we readily, without ever question, had access to camping in Herd Park, be it a state level, but very easily, very inexpensive with facilities. I don't think we need a Boy Scout camping area because we already have one. So I would look at that from you guys as a commission. Are these things that the community needs? We don't need playgrounds. We have great places for concerts with parking, with access, anything that we've been talking about with this application. So that's my only thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Beth Shealy, you're up next. Go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and speak to us.
Hello, I'm Beth Shealy, 8 Portage Trail, and I want to also express my strong objection to the special permit. We all in this community have purchased homes in this neighborhood and settled for its quiet and solitude. Frankly, our property taxes that we pay currently reflect the nature of this neighborhood as it exists currently. And we are all concerned as to what exactly the scope of Rotary's intentions are. And I'd like to point to a few different, concerns we have. First of all, local traffic increases need to take into account the fact that we have no sidewalks. The roads as they exist are already in need of paving and repair. We would like to know how exactly the Rotary proposes that police, fire, or EMT vehicles would be able to access this area and navigate in the event of an emergency, especially if there were to be a number of parked cars running up and down the roads. We have safety concerns over fire hydrants as it is. We'd like to know where exactly our most local fire hydrant is as it is. So increased traffic and potential for emergency in that regard is a big concern. And our dramatic increase in water use and its impact on existing water use and management in the area is also something we need to consider. These are just a few more points I wanted to add. I join with all my neighbors and again, strongly object to the uses proposed by the Rotary Club, and I thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more hand up. Deb Cunningham, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can speak.
Deborah and Mark Cunningham, 40 Daly Road. We built our house in 1998 for the many reasons we've mentioned before, for the rural character, the peacefulness of the neighborhood, low crime, and now the Rotary Club has done nothing but come in and switch out. First, they had an application for commercial use. They outlined they wanted to mimic the fireman's playground or fairground and the Parmalee Farms down in Killingworth. Then that got withdrawn. Then they come back to the drawing board with another. Now we're back here with a deed change and a site map that looks like it was drawn on the back of a placemat. We have been told nothing to worry about. We'll safeguard the neighborhood. The untruths that have been told about what is going on here is shameful and disgraceful to the Rotary Club. We are all in this together in this neighborhood to fight this. The town needs to wake up. Once you open the door to special permits in a rural zone for its residential that has a cart path on a beautiful country road that is not wide enough to do anything but walk, ride horses. This is disgraceful. Please consider this. And I ask the Rotary Club to come forth and tell us the truth. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that's it, right, Jeremy?
I got one more hand. It's Pat Daly Banning again. So I'll just let her in for a quick second here. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
I just wanted to add one thing, that when I spoke, I said that this road, Daly Road, was originally a cart path constructed for my two grandfathers and their farms. I would like you to note that when I say grandfather, my father today would be 103 years old. My grandfather would be close to 200 years old. So please keep that in mind when you're thinking about the traffic on Daly Road. This is a road that was built by those gentlemen that long ago, and it's never been improved since. It cannot handle any more traffic than it already does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jim, that's it for hands up. What I'll do, if it's okay with you, what I'd like to do is just run through a list of the letters of opposition we've gotten. I don't think we want to go through them all right now. In terms of reading them out loud, they are on the website. They are available for all of you to read. I would recommend that you do read through those. There's a number of questions and comments.
That's a good idea. We'll read it and it's getting late, so.
Yeah, I'll run down the list real quick here. Last names of people that have submitted letters: Doubleday at 22 Daly Road, that was submitted on the 11th of October. Gates, 33 Daly Road. Goff, 32 Daly Road. Timms, 13 Portage Trail. Fuchsia, 9 Portage Trail. Banning, Flanders Road. Cunningham, 40 Daly Road. Sattler, 14 Portage Trail. Garcia, 17 Portage Trail. Lazari, 18 Portage. Lauer, 34 Daly. Saucier, 20 Daly. Sheely, 8 Portage. Stockburger, 62. Hopper, 10 Pecosset. Goudreau, 26 Daly. Mark Cunningham, 40 Daly. Paulo, 37 Daly, and Mikulski at 100 Daly. Those are all letters that we received in opposition.
Okay, well, thank you. I think this would be an application that we should continue till our next meeting, if the other members feel that same way.
I would concur.
Okay.
Agree.
Is there anything that you want to ask the applicant, or did the applicant, I should ask the applicant, did you learn anything from listening to these people or do you want to talk to Jeremy about some improvements that could be made to make your application a little better? I can't hear you. You've got to put your. We still can't hear you, Steve.
Okay, I don't know why not. I'm unmuted. Can anyone hear me?
That's better.
A little better, but a little bit more.
I'll try to speak up.
Okay, good.
So we would like to continue the dialogue with Jeremy. We are interested in being good neighbors here. The Rotary Club in East Hampton has been a powerful force of good for 50 years, and some of the leading citizens in this community have been members, and we want to continue that tradition. Some of the things that were raised, I understand the concern about parking on the road, but there's lots of space for parking behind that house in the fields. We are trying to do something that complies with the wishes of the donor to make a park for the community to use, and also do something that is suitable for the neighborhood. So, we are not interested in, throwing, big facilities up here. And if we ever have any other plans, we would certainly come before this committee before we did anything. The logging that was done was permitted, and as far as I know, everything was done according to the letter of the law. We certainly want to follow the laws and the rules. So to any extent that anybody has any questions, certainly can call me, or most people in town know someone who's involved in Rotary.
Okay, well, thank you. Does any of the commission have anything they want to add to this application, or do you want to just we'll continue the application until the next December 2nd meeting? Okay?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Attorney Ferry brought up several good points that Jeremy has to look into to make this an application that we normally would look at. I have a problem with the type of drawing that we have. I agree with the attorney and his assessment that not enough information is put on this application for us to make a good decision. Hearing the comments of the community, I have a hard time passing this or agreeing to give a special permit for this based on the fact that we just don't have enough good information. And it's going to take some time and money on somebody's part to provide a professional drawing and a set of rules and regulations governing the operation of this. So I have a real problem continuing this. I might be just speaking as one commission member. I'd like to hear some opinions from other commission members before we entertain any kind of decision. Okay?
Okay.
I have a question, or Roland, when you
Yeah.
said you have a problem continuing, what would you be suggesting, that to be withdrawn? Or we reject it now?
Deny without prejudice because we don't have enough information. Or give the applicant, by denying without prejudice, he could come back with a full-blown set of prints and a better description of what they're trying to do. I have a real problem with things that are going to be allowed on this property in the future. And I don't think putting a cemetery on this property is applicable for the neighborhood. There's other things too, structures or whatever, parking, many things that the public has brought up about safety of that building. I mean, I understand they're trying to do a good thing here, but the town is put in a liable position if we give a permit for this and something drastically bad happens because we were negligent at looking at this as a proper application that we expect from any developer or any other person that would give us a plan before us. I'm just really scared about protecting the Planning and Zoning Commission and the town of East Hampton and the members that live around this piece of property.
Jeremy, where are we on a time frame?
We're just opening up the public hearing tonight, so we have 35 days to close, and then we have another 65 to decide, and that's without any extensions.
Well, I don't see any reason why you couldn't continue the application. We don't have to make a decision tonight to can't say it's good or bad, but with Jeremy talking with him, he might be able to, some of the things that we've heard tonight, be able to correct it for our next meeting.
I agree with a lot of,
I think it'll be a challenge for the applicant to address just what we heard verbally. I don't know what's in all of those letters, but it seems like there's quite a volume of concerns from the neighbors, plus from the legalities that Attorney
But some of
Fury
the
brought up.
concerns I see is how many campsites you have that they want. The parking is another big concern. And another big concern of mine that I see is what do you do for your waste on a camping trip here for the Boy Scouts?
and this is Tim. I agree with a lot of what Roland has said and what a lot of the public has said. My concern is I don't know that if 30 days is enough time for them to come back with a professional, plan to address a lot of these open issues. So yeah, I guess my question is, what happens if they're not ready on December 2nd?
If we deny without prejudice, it'll give them all the amount of time they need to give us a proper print with everything that is been spoke about tonight by the attorney that spoke earlier and the residents of the area that lives there.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Jeremy,
Yes.
this isn't the only piece of private open space in this town. Have we required detailed surveys for previous hiking trails? I wouldn't want to push that kind of design when we've never done it before in the past.
Not to my knowledge, have we ever done a formal site plan for a hiking trail? That's a little bit less of an intense use. We've got Middlesex Land Trust has a number of preserves throughout town, and some of them have trails. Not all of them. Some of them do. We've not, those typically have not required a special permit. This is a little bit more intense and a little bit different because there is a building on there that has, sort of been talked about. And the thing that makes this one different than any of the other properties that we've got is that it has the campsites are proposed.
Yeah.
And so you're potentially you have people down there sleeping overnight for a couple of nights or a night or a weekend or whatever it is, and that's a much different use than other open space parcels.
Yeah.
I will say I do want to make you aware, Jim, that a couple of hands have gone up as well. So I want to just make sure that we allow them to get in a couple of last words when you're ready. Okay.
Okay, let them speak. Then we'll
Okay.
get back to what we want to do. But
Okay. You want to? Okay, I'll let them go now. So Attorney Fury, you're up first. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, three key points. I agree with Roland's assessment, of course, and whether or not you've required site plans from other groups, if they've sought a special permit for these uses, which everything here requires, they have to comply. And I think you set a bad precedent if you don't require an engineered site plan here, especially just because there's a field doesn't mean people can park in it and it's an appropriate parking surface. So you need engineered plans, number one. Number two, I'd encourage you to have someone look at your regulation, because I disagree with Jeremy. Camping brings this into a different mode. What they've applied for, the section they've applied for does not permit camping. And we still have all the other issues of whether camping would be safe. I think you would have to amend your regulations or would have to be required to deny this permit as asking for camping that is not permitted. And through the chair, I would simply ask that you consider asking the applicant, why did they need to change the declaration that was recorded, and what changed in the things they could do because of that amendment? I think in fairness to the community, they should articulate that. I just got it tonight. I'll review it myself tomorrow, but you don't necessarily want to hear from me in the future what I think. I think you want to have your own people tell you, and the applicant tell you what was the change in that declaration, because that may be very telling in a good or bad way. I'm not sure at this point. I agree that the application should be denied without prejudice, because there is no way in this environment that they could possibly, in a 30-day period, put together the appropriate site plan that they would need to do to comply with everything I've raised, then the community has raised, and the commission has raised. So I think that would be as naive of us to think that they could. I think it's too heavy of a lift. And I think it's a little bit unfair to the neighbors, because if I have to be back on this call in December, and everybody in December after the holiday, just to realize that they couldn't do it, what have we accomplished? And we spent more resources and money, and the commission's resources and money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy, if the applicant requests a continuation, does that in any way limit the timeline or not?
So if the applicant, so the commission has 35 days to close the public hearing. The applicant can ask for up to another 65 beyond that.
Okay.
And we do have one other hand, and it's Jennifer. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, thanks, Jeremy. I just jumped on the comments related to the open space, previous trails and approvals. Were those under special permit in R4 zone districts, or are those under some completely different regulation?
I don't know that I would have to do some research to have an answer for you on that.
Okay, because I'm willing to go out on a limb and guess that the answer is no. But that just needs to be clarified. And another question is, what is the concern with the timing on these applications?
Oh, the commission has statutory requirements in state law.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I've taken up enough time. Thank you.
Okay. And we've got one more that's gone up, and that's Deborah Cunningham. So I'm going to get her on here.
I'd like to have clarification on the Boy Scouts or Scouts in general. Is this only going to be restricted to East Hampton Scouts, or is this something that's going to be open up to Middlesex County, state of Connecticut, Boy Scouts Jamboree? Do we have a definition of who might be the campers? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I could give you a little quick answer there. This is actually just an Eagle Scouts project to build 3 primitive campsites in that corner. So I don't think we're asking for a permanent campsite. And if this becomes a big part of a problem here, we could just pull that. But it's just a project of an Eagle Scout, as is the Screech Owls is another project of an Eagle Scout. So we're not looking to open up a campground. We're not looking to, have people permanently stay here or anything like that.
So with the campground, the Eagle Scout project, so they would build and have these owls, which we would all benefit from, no doubt. However, they would build these campsites, and then what happens to them? Do they tear them down? So people coming off of the airline trail, or kids get wind of this, or residents from outside of this area, would they use them? How would that be?
I don't think so. And it's been a long time since I was a Boy Scout, but I think they have to do certain things to earn merit to achieve Eagle Scout status. I think this is one of the projects that this particular scout thought of and approached a member of Rotary. And it didn't seem like a bad idea to us, but I'm hearing lots of concern about restrooms and things like that, which are understandable. And if that became an issue, and we would certainly, we may have to tell the Eagle Scout that this isn't something we can accept.
Well, is there a time for, isn't there a time frame for an Eagle Scout? Isn't it like within a year or two that they have to complete these projects? So when
I
did
believe
the
so.
Eagle, okay, so when did the Eagle Scout approach the Rotary?
I don't know the exact timing of that, and I don't even know the person that the Eagle Scout approached.
So if I can just interject, I'd like to focus this on the application and not make it about the Eagle Scout. I'm sorry, but we gotta just keep this focused on the special permit application. I think there have been a lot of questions, and I think there are a lot of answers that the commission is going to need. I certainly need a lot of questions answered. And I know certainly you neighbors are all looking for a lot of questions answered, and I think those have been presented at this point. So what I'd like to have done is I do have one more hand up. I want to get back to that person and then let the commission decide whether or not they want to continue this or make a decision on a denial based on the information they've received.
Thanks, Jeremy. Jennifer Mikulski again. Just a quick comment on the Eagle Scout project. I feel like that doesn't require a special permit. I feel like as a private property owner, I could allow the Boy Scouts to do Eagle Scout project on my own property. Am I incorrect in that?
You could, but the intention here was that these would be sites used by public or groups or whatever, and so that kicks it into a different category.
Okay, well then that definitely needs clarification, and that was my last point. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, Jim.
Okay, so what do you people want to do? Do you want to continue it for to our next meeting? Or do you want to
Jim,
accept it or deny it?
Jim,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny it without prejudice in order to allow the Rotary Club to regroup, work with Jeremy in a timely fashion, and if they so choose to come back with a plan that answers many of the questions by the public as well as by the commission, then we would be able to better handle this application with harmony of our neighbors and coherence with the community in general.
I would second that.
Okay, first of all, we got to close the public hearing before we make any decision of that nature.
Okay, I so move close the public hearing.
And I have a comment before we make a motion. Why wouldn't continuing, and which would allow the applicant to continue further if more time was needed to address the site plan needs or revisions and respond to the questions and concerns that have been raised? I mean, that's usually how we handle it. I just want to make sure we're being fair to the applicant as well, because we took this application. This isn't the first time we've discussed this. And so I'd like to understand the advantages and disadvantages of continuing versus denying. It seems somewhat unreasonable to me to do that. I won't support a motion to do that. I'll vote against it, but I just wanted to get the commission's opinion on why we wouldn't entertain a continuance versus a denial.
I personally like to continue it because you can always see what the applicant could come back with in a month's time. At that particular point, you got plenty of time, and you could, at that particular time, you didn't like what you saw, or it didn't meet some of the needs of what the public has asked, it could be denied at that time. Still could be. I don't know why.
Or they could request an extension, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I would tend to agree with Angelus about continuing the application to give the applicant an opportunity to attempt to address some of the issues and then proceed next month to see what happens.
If, Jeremy, if we did that, would we still have the option to, I think we would, to deny without prejudice if we weren't satisfied with the completeness of what they come back with?
Certainly.
Because I think that one of the complexities of this is that trail leads to a major trail, major Connecticut trail. It's not just a trail on a piece of property that goes nowhere. It becomes another major entry into a major trail. So I think that complexity, leads to how many people are going to go there to start their journey on the airline trail versus, the state facilities, the state parking areas. And I think that adds a lot of complexity to this. How many people will be coming? How many people will be using it? How many cars? So I don't know.
I wouldn't necessarily think it adds a whole lot of complexity. There are multiple entrances at the ends of residential roads that connect to trails that connect down to the airline trail. I don't think that this stands out all that much, but
Hey guys,
it is a
given that it's
concern.
11 o'clock, I suggest that we close the public hearing if needed, or continue, or
I don't think you want to close it because
well,
Yeah,
I
continue.
suggest that we
you want to continue it.
decide if we're going to continue or deny without prejudice, because now we're talking about issues that sound to me like we don't want to deny it without prejudice. So I feel, further discussion is fine on this, but
If you close it, if you close a public hearing, you can't get any more information. We get
Correct.
from Jeremy, but we can't get any more from the public either.
Right. You can't, right. If you close the public hearing, we can't get any more public comments. We can't get any changes to the application from the applicant.
well, didn't we already have a motion that was seconded to do it?
No, it was a illegal motion. Jim is correct. You have to either move the public hearing to next month or close the public hearing. I was wrong in saying what I said. So there is no motion on the floor, as I understand. It is up to the commission to move the public hearing to next month. That's option one. Option two, close the public hearing. And then to decide to let the time go by so we have more input to make a decision in how many days, Jeremy? 60 days?
You have, after the public hearing is closed, you have 65 to make a decision.
65, yeah, to make a decision. Okay, yep.
I will say that the public hearing is still open. We do have a couple of hands that have been raised. Mr. Chairman, it's ultimately it's your decision as to whether you want to recognize the hands that are raised or hold them for the continuation of the hearing if that's what the commission chooses to do. Jim? I think Jim's internet connection cut out on him. I think we lost Jim.
Yeah, I don't see him.
He's not here, and he was getting glitchy. So Roland, I think per our bylaws, that puts you in the chairman seat.
Okay. I will ask the commission for a motion, what they would like to do, whether continue the public hearing or close the public hearing at this point.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
move to continue application PZC 2022 East Hampton Rotary Club Foundation, 45 Daly Road, for a special permit for parks, playgrounds, and public recreation, section 44D1D, map 33 block 87 lot 3 to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Do I have a second on that?
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And I say nay.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Okay,
I will say that for members of the public, because the meeting is being continued, you'll be able to speak again next month. If you have specific questions that you would like to have answered, get those to me in email, and we'll get those circulated and get you some answers.
okay, we need a motion to continue this public hearing, right?
Continue the application.
Continue the application.
Continue application, yes. Somebody make a motion for the continuing of the application.
I'll give it a
Moved,
try.
Roy.
Oh, go on.
I'll make that motion, Roy, to continue
Okay, have a
the
second?
application.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Okay,
Motion carries. All right, thank you. I'm gonna reach out to Kevin and Ray and have them rejoin us.
all right. We'll just take a couple minute break here till we get Ray back. Thank you for,
Okay, I'm back. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
Yeah, we let you. Something happened to you, Jim. So Roland took over your duties, and just to get you up to speed, everything's been continued to next month.
Okay, good. Thank you, Roland.
You're
Just-
welcome, Jim.
Just waiting for Ray and Kevin to rejoin us at this point.
Okay.
Looks like Kevin's back.
Hello.
There's Kevin. There goes Kevin. There's Kevin. I'm getting loopy here.
Hey, Kevin?
Yes.
We're waiting for Ray to get back, but if you could continue the meeting at number 6, new business.
Sure.
If you would do that.
Yes,
That's
no problem.
I'm asking that.
I know it's late.
Yeah.
He
I'm just
will
pulling up the
need
agenda here.
to unseat one of the alternates.
Before you unseat the alternate, I'm going to take off.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Have a
Sounds
good night, everyone.
All righty.
Night.
Good night, Meg.
Okay, so Meg is off. I'm back on. Ray will be joining us shortly, I'm sure. Under new business, we're going to talk about Whispering Woods performance bond release request. Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a hold of Ray. He's not picking up his phone. So, yeah, went to voicemail. Okay, I'm gonna let that sit.
Whispering
so, yeah,
Woods.
you're in charge. Whispering Woods, the developer has requested that road. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, that was approved by the town and accepted. We've taken over maintenance. We had a 10% maintenance bond, cash bond. It's about $48,000, if I remember correctly. The developer has requested that be released back to him since the 1-year maintenance bond period has ended. I've conferred with Public Works. They are satisfied with the condition of the road and the work that was done in the meantime. And I think at this point, my recommendation to you would be to release the maintenance bond, and we'll send that check back over to the developer.
Was
So
that the
moved.
property? Was that the property that had an issue with pavement and all that fun stuff, or no?
Yeah, there was an issue with pavement up there, and that has been rectified.
Okay, and that's community-based road, or is that a public road?
No, it's a town road. We accepted it. That's why we had the 1-year maintenance bond on it.
Okay. All right, then everything's good on it. So do we have to vote on that, or? How does that work?
Yeah, yep. I just need a motion to approve releasing the bond and then
All
we'll,
right.
we'll do.
I'll make
Can I
that
hear a
motion.
motion, please?
I made the motion. Right, to release the bond.
For Whispering Woods, based on comments from, clearance from Department of Public Works. Is that who it was?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Roy. Do we have a second?
Yes, second Roland.
Second Roland. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Ayes have it. Is Ray coming back? Is he back yet?
I'm not, I haven't heard from him. Yeah, I couldn't get an
Okay.
answer, so we'll just
Maybe
keep
he's,
rolling.
maybe he fell asleep.
He might have.
Old business, item number 7A, discussions, update sign regulations to include POR zone sign standards. In the past, we've always pushed this off because of various reasons. There was an application that was in front of us, and then I haven't seen that application come through anymore. Jeremy, did they just give up on us, or?
Well, the commission denied a number of those, denied the applications that were in front of us. We still need to fix this hole in the regulations, but I think in the interest of time and the fact that it's 11:15, and I know that a lot of people probably want to get to bed, and I got to be back in East Hampton in a few hours, I think we could continue it.
Yeah, so we could just, I could just push it off to the next meeting, right? We don't.
Yeah, you as the chairman can just say continue to the next meeting.
I'd like to continue it to the next meeting. I think everybody's in favor in that, but
That's fine. Do it.
if they are or they aren't, I think we're just going to continue it based on the interest of time. Same with item number B, discussion home-based occupancies. I think that those, all three of these really tie in, especially, and then 7C, updates to official East Hampton zoning map. We'll push all those off as well to the next meeting. Plan report.
Real quick, I put a thing together to you all. I mailed it out to you earlier. The only thing that I'll mention right now is that we do have a zoning compliance issue on Main Street. I'm sure you're all aware of it. We've been dealing with it for 5 months. I've sent it off to our attorney and that will be moving to court. So hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll start to get that property cleaned up. Other than
That was a
you-
blight issue, right?
Yeah, it's a bunch of cars and
Hey,
use.
Jeremy, what was the result of discussing with local police about our ability to enforce I think it was you were looking into the ability to enforce unregistered motor vehicles?
Yeah, it would be an ordinance change that the council would have to make. So that conversation has not resulted. There's been no results, but we're still talking about it.
Okay.
Okay, anything else of importance that you need to draw our attention to, or is everything on the up and up?
No, everything that I wanted to bring your attention to is written down, so you can read it in the report I sent out to you earlier.
Okay. So number 9, we already set the public hearing. Is that correct? Based on the motions that we had?
Yeah, you're all set there.
So we're cool.
Yep.
Number 2nd. All right. Can I hear a motion for number 10?
So moved.
So move.
To adjourn. Okay. Are we good?
Yeah, all in favor.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to go that. I don't think we have to say that, but we can. All right.
How about good night?
Good night.
Good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
everyone. Thank you for your patience.